My fingers aren't working today. It's just one of those days. Oh, jeez. Gross. Oh boy, it's just today is not my day. My hand isn't doing that. That's weird. time for space news. Time for space news. No. You know we ain't gonna die. That's what I was trying to play until my fingers decided that I was going to suck at playing the guitar today. You know, it's fine. All right. Let me turn the suppressor back on because the air conditioner is going ham because it's actually warm today for a change, which is pretty cool. Pretty freaking cool. So, it's warm, which is cool, but it's not. All right, so how we doing? Did you end up watching the Indy 800? I had it spoiled for me, so I just watched the last couple of laps. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Right, so welcome to Space News. Yeah, this is my own kind of little news segment here. And I'm mostly saying that for the YouTube side of things. If you don't know this, this is what I used to do this all the time. And we got to get back into the swing of things because there's a lot of space news. There's a lot of stuff. News. All right. You can definitely play Fallout in 1 hour segments. Just have a kid, you'll see. Streaming is not the same as that. You're the kid in this scenario. You require 100% of my attention. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You are the child. The child? The child? The child. Rocking the ULA shirt. Yeah. Figured out ULA and NASA would be good additions. And my only clean ULA shirt was the collared one, so you know. Where's my chalky milk then? It's at your mom's house, kid. All right. So I am completely disjointed today, and I'm all over the place. So I'm going to look around here. Did you get this one? Probably not. I am all over the place today, dude. I am just completely disjointed, completely out of sync. Definitely a Monday. Definitely a Monday. Yeah, the studies for commercial Mars missions. All right, we can look into that. United Launch Alliance. So the big thing and the big reason why we're doing space news today is because of this. Here, check this out. So here's a live shot. That's Space Launch Complex 41. And right now, we got people leaving here because that right there is an Atlas V N22 with a Starliner capsule on top. And hopefully, a little later tonight, we will see this thing launch with people on board for the first time. Not live. Okay, there you go. Fifth Atlas V to carry humans. There you go. First Cape Side crewed flight since Apollo 7. Every crewed launch since Apollo 7 in 1968 has been from 39A or 39B. That's actually happening, huh? Yep, there it is. We got the SpaceX EVA suits to talk about, but yeah, today that thing is center stage. The official cast starts at 6:30, so I figure we'll do 2 hours talking about space, and then we hitch our wagon to ULAs, and then we're along for the ride. Where is the pad on the map? The map? I can show you. So, there's also the SpaceX EVA suits and Polaris Dawn announcements. And yeah, we got a bunch of stuff, dude. Bunch of good stuff. I'm the map. All right, I'll show you. Is this capsule going to the ISS? It is going to the ISS. Yes. Launch time is currently targeting 10:34 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh, that actually reminds me. I'm sending a message. It's important. Got a message. Might be important. All right, so where's Slick 41? It's right there. This is the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station side of things. That's the pad that it's launching from today. And of course, this is a super old photogrammetric image. Slick 41 does have a crew access arm. It is one of 4 pads that have crew access arm capabilities nowadays. The other 3 being Slick 40, 39A, and 39B. There's a rocket presentation that we got to go over too. Yeah, that's the one. This is the first time any crew has launched basically south of this line since 1968. The last crewed launch to go out of Cape Canaveral was an Air Force station at the time. The last one would have gone from right here, which would have been the Apollo 7 mission in 1968. Right there. And the funny thing is that this is Complex 34, or LC-34. The funny thing is that LC-34 has basically been abandoned since that launch. Yep. You are fired. Oh, I'm sorry. Good for lots of things. See good and bad. Did you manage to get control of the bead or stick to snot welds? Tessa, we got it. Yeah, Apollo 1 was also on Complex 34. But yeah, that was the last NASA launch and last crewed launch out of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The other 3 crewed launches were no, there was more than 3. There was 3 Mercury Atlas launches and 2 Mercury Redstone launches. The 2 Mercury Redstone launches would have gone out of LC-5 over here. Those were the earliest space flights. And then Mercury Atlas would have gone out of Complex 14, which is this one right here. And then the Gemini program after that would have launched out of this complex over here. Why are there so many? A lot of different types of rockets from the 60s, dude. Yeah, 19 would have been that one, I think. I forget. Anyway, so every single launch from the last one was Apollo 7. Every single launch from there, Apollo 8 forward, all the way to Crew 8, I guess, would have been out of these pads over here. This is the first one to launch people on the Space Force Station side of things, which is pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. First time an Atlas rocket is moving anybody into space since 1962. Or 62 or 63. It would have been somewhere around there. Anyway. Yeah, these timeline pictures have these old crappy 3D buildings on them. That's what it looks like now. It has the crew access arm on it. It makes me sad to see so many pads abandoned. Oh, these images are old, dude. I will tell you that right now. These images are old. You want to see what it looks like now? Cape is more busy than it's ever been. It's busier than... It's, dare I say it, it's almost as busy as the 60s. So check this out. We'll go down the list here. 39B for SLS. 39A for Falcon 9 Falcon Heavy. Slick 41 here for Atlas 5. The remaining Atlas 5s and Vulcan. All variants of either rocket, so 2 rockets launch out of there. There's Slick 40, which is one of the most used pads of all time because that's SpaceX's workhorse pad for launching Starlink missions. That also has a crew access arm and a tower on it now. So SpaceX could do crew launches and Crew Dragon missions and regular Dragon missions from Slick 40. Let's see. 37B that's 37B right there. That's on its way out. The last Delta IV launch, the L-70 mission, went out of there. And that one is, that one right now is being vacated by ULA and potentially has another buyer. SpaceX potentially has another buyer. 34 is permanently abandoned in place because it's an Apollo 1. It's an Apollo 1 It's an Apollo 1 memorial. Now, we go down the list here, dude. Like, all these pads are scooped up by commercial customers. So, there's 20. 20's being renovated. I'm not sure about 19. 16 right here is Relativity. Relativity has that for their Terran 1 and Terran R rockets. They're building a new launch pad for it right here. Joji, what's up, Doc? Gotta love some history. There you go. There's talks to demolish 637 for Starship. Yeah, interesting. 15, I'm not 100% sure. 14 is a monument to the Mercury program because that was where the first orbital launch of a person. That's where John Glenn launched. 13, well, I don't need to tell you what 13 is right now. It's not going to be like that for much longer. SpaceX is actually demolishing their landing pads here for some reason. We'll figure that one out later. 12 is Blue Origin. 11, the former Complex 11 is Blue Origin. Slick 37A and B have been, and Complex 11 have been combined to make the new Slick 36. That's New Glenn's launch site. Complex 1, 2, 3, 4 right there aren't being used. There's Complex 46 right here, which is an active launch pad for Minotaur rockets. That's used. And then going down the list here, these ones are... LC5 and LC4 are... that's a missile museum. Slick 17 or LC 17 right here was Delta 2 a long time ago. That's been demolished, and Moon Express bought it, but they didn't do anything with it, so I'm not sure what's going on there. And then this is like 31 or LC 18, 17, 18, and then there's 30, 31 down here. That's 5 and 6 right there. That's the Missile Museum. 30 and 31 are down here. The Navy uses those for something. Don't know what it is, don't care. Did you talk about Rocket Lab's new engine yet? You've been here the entire time. You were here right when I started. You've been here the whole time. Moon Express, I don't think I've heard of that. Yeah, neither have they. Yeah, Slick 20 is Firefly, Slick 16 is Relativities, 15 is ABL, 14 is Stoke. They're all being used all of a sudden. Everybody bought them up, which is good. Yeah, Moon Express flopped. They didn't do very well. Do we have a timeline? Well, coverage begins at 6:30. So yeah, Geek, they're not abandoned. So that's good. That's a good thing. Anyway, I have not talked about Rocket Lab's new engines yet. No. I've been talking about the Starliner launch that's happening a little later tonight. Holy rockets. All right. So Rocket Lab does have their Archimedes engine here. We can talk about that now if you want. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah. This is their new engine here. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. What do we got here? Flange. Hello. Nice. That's nice. Very good. The Q1 2024 financial update should drop at the top of the hour. Is this a tap off? It doesn't look like a tap off to me. We could trace the plumbing if you want. Old school. We used to do that all the time. Let's see. What do we got? So it's hard to tell from this angle. There's definitely an impeller right there, and it dumps into the combustion chamber right here, down here. And then the injector plate is right there. There's the top of the combustion chamber on that big freaking flange. There's your CC. There's the throat nozzle. We have a recirculation manifold, which... This usually... Manifolds like this are usually used for some type of cooling. And it's obviously an insulated line going into this thing. Interesting setup. I did get them welded, Nick, yeah. It's hard to say what that is. I'd have to read. You got a link for it. Phil, I got those links too. All right, let's see. This is a Business Wire article, for real? 3D printed reusable rocket engine for the Neutron launch vehicle. Full power, 730 kilonewtons of thrust. 165,000 pounds of thrust right out of the box. That's pretty damn good, dude. Yeah, it's a really conservative rating. I remember Peter Beck talking about that. They could probably push it up over a meganewton, but they won't because they're trying to improve the duty cycle on the engine. What time is the CFT launch? I need another cup of coffee, dude. It's targeting 1034. Coverage begins in about an hour and a half. How many Merlin 1Ds is that? It's 2/3 of a Merlin engine. Archimedes is 3D printed, reusable, designed by Rocket Lab, capable of lifting 13 tons. Archimedes is an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle engine powered by liquid oxygen and methane that is designed for rapid reusability. Okay, so what we're looking at here, if that's the case, you have a single shaft here, so you only need one gas generator, which is down here most likely. So it looks like you have an impeller going into there. Huh. This is a very interesting design here. So it's oxygen rich, it's methylox oxygen rich. So these are fuel lines. They're recirculating fuel. They're using some fuel for cooling, because that's what you got to do when you're talking oxidizer rich, because it gets really, 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 really hot. Must be a ton of pressure. Turbine, the bit of plumbing between your turbines and your fluid impellers and your combustion chamber are beefy. Let's say beefy and call it a day. What's the ETA for CFT-1? Here. It would be 7:30 Pacific time for you, Jam. Like Schedule 80 beefy? Yeah, well, let's just think about it like this. I mean, you're using an oxygen-rich, you're using a methylox oxygen-rich stage combustion. It's gonna be extremely hot and extremely high pressure. If, you know, we're getting about 700, they said 733 kilonewtons of thrust, so 165,000 pounds. I'm going to make a very conservative estimate and say that your turbine not your turbine inlet, your impeller output to combustion chamber is probably easily, I don't know, 100 bar. That's a huge guess. I'm pulling it out of my tail. You'd have to do the math. It's a huge guess. You should put that in the title. Why? People don't check the title. I put a lot of useful information in the title all the time, Mark. And I still get asked a bunch of questions. It's okay. It's fine. I don't mind. It's okay. It keeps us going. What's that angled bit on top of the turbo pump, the second one? This is for fuel. So it looks like the fuel goes through an impeller here, and then it goes out and around and goes in here or something. That could be the pre-burner up there. And in fact, I'm going to guess that's probably the pre-burner. And then the fuel shoots around into this manifold right here, or not manifold, into this impeller, and then it goes into the rocket engine. And then if I had to guess, the liquid oxygen goes straight through and in. And then you have a turbine down here. You have a gas generator down here that's spinning the whole shebang-a-bang, if I had to guess. So what you need with a turbo pump is you need a turbine, and then you need an impeller. This is a fuel pump. That's what this thing is over here. But it's a fuel and oxidizer pump, right? Because when you launch something into space, there's no air up there. You can't have an intake. That won't end well. You got to bring the oxidizer with you. And it's easier to bring it up there in a liquid form than it is in gaseous form. So, well, that's why they do that. Last time I checked in, it was a truck. Now it's a rocket engine. Nice work. Yeah, with very conical bells. Conical bells. All right. Is that the Neutron sea level rocket engine? Yes. Yes. AJ, I may or may not have asked this earlier, but what time is the CFT launch later today? Oh, it's right at the time when you can. Did you get that? Did you get it? Did you? No? Did I cut out? Did it cut out? I don't know. What's high score mean? Did I break it? A little louder for us in the back, please. No. NASA's next generation solar sail mission. Yeah. That's neat. Ajox, I too like dreaming up architectures that will never happen. We do that in Kerbal all the time. Anyway. Sorry. Oh, that wasn't a self-burn. Nope. LOX load is underway for the Starliner Atlas. There it is. Right now, oxidizer is flowing from the balls into the vehicle. You could tell because of the way it is. I'm not in KSP2. Hey, man. Let me tell you something. I don't know what it is, but it's the strangest thing, dudes. Why is it a ball? That's the easiest way to store it, Julia. Like, I'm being serious. That's not just me making a balls joke. Liquid oxygen needs to be under pressure to store it right, or else it'll boil off. And if you hold it under pressure, it doesn't boil. And the easiest way to store fuel in a pressurized environment is a spherical tank or a pill-shaped tank. Yeah, fuel actually on this rocket, fuel actually isn't stored in the balls. It's stored in the shaft. I'm sorry, Julia. It's stored over here. Kerosene tanks over there. Yeah. Yep. You got me? All right. Cool. All right. Yeah, just as nature intended, huzzah. Someone is trolly today. I am super fragmented out today. I'm like, I gave myself a bunch of stuff to do today, and I have failed at every single thing I've attempted to do today. Tried to wake up early. I did wake up early. I did do that. And then, you know, I had plans for the morning to get out into the shop early. That didn't happen. It didn't happen because real life do be like that. Yeah, this day is basically a write-off with the exception of Starliner. I wanted to get stuff done on the exhaust. I basically put the exhaust in the truck and said, that's good. And then I sat there and thought about easier ways to do it for like the next hour, which is not what I wanted to do today. But hey, that's fine. I started the stream super late because I had stuff to do. It's just, it's been one of those days. It's been a Monday for me, but that's okay. It's all good. Blame Brimo? Hey, sweetheart, I ain't blaming. You can blame you. Those are your words, not mine. Might be time to crack open a cold one. I will do that when we celebrate Starliner being on orbit, okay? But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of just all over the place today. A remarkable new thruster could achieve escape velocity in interplanetary travel. Scientists are on the brink of a propulsion breakthrough. Yeah. It's the same brink we've been on for the past 60 years. The H-71M low kilowatt Hall effect thruster. Yeah. Neat. Cool. I mean, talk is cheap. And NASA doesn't really have the chips to say, oh yeah, we're going to do this. Oh, okay. You do that, man. You go and do that. Yep, 70s coder, that's the day that I'm having. This is, quote, this is going to take an hour, but I think I can do it in less time. So let me think for 45 minutes about how to do it in a half hour, then get it done in 40 minutes. So the thing that could have been done in an hour inefficiently is now done effectively in an hour and a half. Yep. 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 That's my day. That is my day. Anyway, let's take a look at these EVA suits here. Let's see what's going on. SpaceX released this over the weekend. They're extravehicular activity suits for the Polaris Dawn mission. This is a suit that's capable of egressing, hence extravehicular, outside of the spacecraft, which the Polaris Dawn mission will do. Do these EVA suits require an umbilical? They absolutely do, yes. EA Orts. It's in the game. That looks a lot like the in the intravehicle activity suit. Did they wear this in the capsule to the ISS as well, or is that different? That's a different suit, Mad Cobra. Looks like they just put the EVMU's gloves on the end of the SpaceX suit. It looks like it. I doubt that that's what's going on, but it definitely... maybe they didn't. Cool. Hang on one second. I want to see how many people ask now. So this isn't a full EVA suit. They're going to still have to be connected into Dragon's life support systems. It doesn't have a backpack like NASA's does. But this is for being able to go out there. I think it's a pretty good step for SpaceX because this is... SpaceX has said themselves that, and this is in response to a tweet here. Take a look here. In response to their own tweet. At 700 kilometers above Earth, the EVA suit will support the Polaris program's Polaris Dawn crew in the vacuum of space during the first ever commercial astronaut spacewalk. Evolved from the Intervehicular Activity Suit, IVA. The EVA suit provides greater mobility, a state-of-the-art helmet, heads-up display, and camera, new thermal management textiles, and materials borrowed from Falcon's inner stage and Dragon's trunk. Would they be able to test these in the NBL? I'm not sure, bro, Handy. That's a super good question. Oh, this last one gets me. See this tweet right here? I liked it for a reason, because this tweet speaks to me. Okay. It speaks to me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hang on. Just needed to zap out that little bit of chroma. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require millions of spacesuits. The development of this suit and the execution of the spacewalk will be important steps towards a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions as life becomes multiplanetary. See this tweet? This tweet speaks to me. Anyway. How do they keep it so clean? Turntable bearings. Yeah, I know, right? These SpaceX suits are going to get messed up on the lunar surface, James. They're going to get all fricked up. M-A-R-S. Mars. Red rocks. So, that's cool. And it's really cool that, you know, Jared Isaacman, the captain or the commander of the Polaris Dawn mission, this guy is basically funding this development. He's doing this as basically a way to push the technology forward and also as a way to raise money for St. Jude. Yeah, which is pretty rad. He's a pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. He just flies around a fighter jet in his spare time. Just in case you were feeling insignificant. Guy just tools around in a MiG-29. Yeah, just putting it out there. It's pretty rad. How many spacesuits are needed for a colony on TRAPPIST-1D? At least 350. If they added the backpack to it, I wonder if the suit could be used on the moon. Geek, if I had to guess, put my hat into the ring. If I had to guess, these suits are probably half of what SpaceX's long-term game plan is for a full EVA suit. I.e., they're probably designing a backpack for it, but they don't necessarily need it yet. If I'm understanding this correctly, for the Artemis missions, Axiom will be providing the lunar spacesuits, but I do think that SpaceX is also designing their own extravehicular suits, because making an EVA suit, something that's designed to jump around and float around in deep space, is not that far off from making something that goes down to the surface of another planet. And if SpaceX was smart, and I'm pretty sure they are, my guess is that this suit is already designed to lunar specifications. It's just figuring out the backpack a little bit later, if I had to guess. SpaceX is pretty damn good at long-term infrastructure like that, so I think that's what's going on, but I could be wrong. Yeah. I'd be stoked just to buy a Miata. Yeah, right? Did they show where the umbilical plugs in? I'm pretty sure there's other footage around from the Polaris Dawn thing, but I'm pretty sure it's just like out the back like it is on the IVA suits. Sorry, I'm just peeping on this picture of Starliner. The in-cabin only suits will have slow leaks. Yeah. Some more info here. That was the link in the tweet, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. LOX vent is open. There we go. She getting tanked, though. All right, let's take a look. Affen. Lunch. Splashdown. Training. Canada? Where? Oh, Canada.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Zonku, 70-month resub. Boop. Here we go. The suits. Extravehicular. Heads-up display and camera. Dude, there's a HUD on the screen, man. That's pretty cool. It's gonna look like Hardscape Shipbreakers up in here. Externally coated with copper and indium tin oxide. Okay. With an anti-fog treatment on the interior, the polycarbonate visor provides critical thermal insulation while also functioning like a pair of sunglasses during the spacewalk. All right. Dual capability. Used for both intravehicular and extravehicular activities, redundant helmet seals, lockouts on latching mechanisms, and added internal values for fault tolerance pressure control ensure suit robustness and safety when operating at 5.1 psia during the EVA. Yep, so they're at 5.1 over vacuum. Nice, where can I get one? Just call Elon up on speed dial. Indium tin oxide is what screens are made of. Oh, nice. Zippers. Spiral zippers at the waist enable easy in and out of the suit. Zippers on the forearms allow for greater mobility in bare hand operations until gloves are required. Yeah, dude. Outer layer. SpaceX develop. Flame-resistant stretch fabric material provides greater mobility on the suit's outer layer. And moving down to the lower sections. Thermal management. A new textile-based thermal garment material provides mobility while regulating suit temperatures, an easy access dial on the suit's umbilical controls, and an in-suit cooling capability, delivering additional oxygen during your spacewalks. Boots with the fur. Constructed of the same thermal material used on Falcon's inner stage and Dragon's trunk. Proven material science. The boots provide thermal capability at both high and low temperatures in the vacuum of space, as well as greater flexibility. The new SpaceX Extravehicular Activity Suit. Coming to a spaceflight near you. Order today via mail order. SpaceX is actually not for sale, so just All right, anyway. What? Last for an open helmet shot. You're an open helmet shot. Boom. Hello. Ah, yes. You can clearly see that this is the training for the Polaris Dawn mission. You could tell. I don't know if you could tell. That's soon available on a planet near you. Price tag, just $5.99, $99.99. It's just $90 order today, except in Nebraska. It's pretty sharp, dude. Pretty sharp. Call now and we'll send you the backpack for free. We'll send it to you for free because it doesn't exist. Oh, all right. But wait, there's more. If you buy one mission to low Earth orbit, you could get 2 for twice the price. Call now. That's really cool. That suit's awesome, man. It's once again, it's a critical step for, you know, getting out to the moon and stuff. An EVA suit is a big component to building a base on another planet or celestial body. The gloves are the one thing that still looks like a lot of current gen suits. It looks like they lifted the NASA's EVMU gloves. Those look exactly like NASA's. So we'll see. Oh yes, the suit is known to cause cancer in California. Dubin, I'm starting to think that just California causes cancer. You know, there's always a thing from the state of California saying, hey, this causes cancer. It was made in California. It causes cancer. Is that just a thing that you guys do over there or something? Or California causes cancer. Okay. Thank you. You know that living causes cancer, right? Everything does, just California needs to report it legally. Way to ruin my joke. Way to ruin my joke. Thank you. Thank you. Now get out from behind there. You're ruining the paint. You're ruining my joke. Zonky, you lived there and you got it twice? Did you know? Did California warn you? They warn you about everything else. Did they warn you that you can get cancer from them? If they didn't, you might be entitled to compensation. All the time. All right. Hey, man, at least they didn't get cancer. Oh, they did? Well, someone should give them money. Sorry. Sorry, Chatty Murphy. It was an accident. I was having too much fun. Everything will give you cancer. I'm starting to think just California will just do that, man. Archimedes is already on the test stand. Oh. Hello. Hello. Oh. Don't stare at the trap, Ray. I'm staring at the trap, Ray. Hello, babe. Engine for your truck. This might not fit, Bart. I don't think that'll fit in... I mean, maybe it'll fit in the bed, but, you know, like... I mean, we'll go fast. We'll go fast once. Jasper, what's up? Hey, Jay, I picked up Juno New Horizons on sale this week. It's not as polished as KSP, but it's real good. It might be a great companion to KSP when you're teaching rocket concepts because it includes some things the others doesn't. Juno doesn't do it for me. It's a great game, Jasper, but it doesn't really do anything for me. It's kind of like, I don't know. Doesn't scratch the itch. And that actually reminds me. That's what I was going to say, and I thought that would be good to announce for this space news, dudes. Okay, strangest thing. Am I super bummed about Intercept getting pulled and KSP2 getting pulled? Yes, it really bums me out. That was not cool. I'm bumming about it. But also at the same time, I don't really have a good way to say this, so I'll just say it. It made me want to play Kerbal 1 again. They haven't pulled KSP2, but they laid off the whole development team, so I don't know if it's definitely dead, Vickers, but yeah. I don't know if it's dead or not, but it made me want to play Kerbal 1. Like, I don't know. Take-Two has said that the KSP2, the KSP is safe, whatever that means. I don't know what that means.
Discovery.
Hey, Dead
Go
Groove,
at
43
throttle up.
months. Excuse me, streamer. When MLV do work? So, yeah, for whatever reason, it just made me want to play KSP1 again. The question is, how many of them got rehired? Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, powers, something like that, dude. But anyway, it kind of blows, dude, but it made me want to play. I just want to go back to play Kerbal 1. Just want to go back to doing that. Yeah, you linked the tweet, but they're still hard at work on KSP2. We'll talk more when we can. We'll see. We'll see, but yeah. So I want to probably go play more Kerbal 1 in the future. Rocket Lab presentation for the Q1 2024 financial update. All right, here's the presentation. This is what I was waiting for. All right. Peter Bick. Adam Spice. Ooh. Turbine. Very nice. Momento. All right. 4 successful launches in Q1. Yep. All right. First launch in Q2. 2024 complete. Beginning of the swarm was Electron's 47th launch. Electron has launched 47 times, dude. Can you believe that? That's weird. I remember watching that rocket's first flight in like 2018 or something. Hey, almost 50 launches over that period of time is actually pretty damn impressive. Q2, there's all the launches. Electron manifests in 2024. 22 missions are sold for 2024, but customer readiness, payload delays, and other factors continue to cause manifest movement. Several customers requested new launch dates in 2025. Okay. $32 million end-to-end mission for the Space Force. Not a bad price for Leo, to be honest with you. Yeah, Foz, that's what I'm trying to say. Electron has been kind of pretty much going 2019, 2020. That's when they started going. 47 launches over what, 6 years? That's pretty frigging good. Like, the reason why I bring that up is because I'm not looking at Falcon 9. Falcon 9 makes that look stupid. That's almost how much Falcon 9 has launched this year. But for anyone that's not SpaceX, that's really impressive. $33 million for the build of a satellite launch and satellite operations. Yeah, for total end to end, that's really good. Yeah, that's you won't find much cheaper in the industry. Yeah, they're doing STP missions, space test programs. That's good. Major reusable Electron milestones reached. Four-of-a-kind Electron stage launched in January 2024, currently undergoing assurance testing for possible relaunch. Word. Did they scrap the Skyhook idea? Not officially, Geek, but I'm pretty dang sure that they're just going full bore on Neutron, and maybe we'll get a couple of Electron stages, maybe, and kind of roll from there. Valentina McKenzie, thank you for the 10 bits. I do appreciate it. Aha! Look at that ball. That guy's holding in a ball. That is a composite pressure vessel, in case anybody's wondering. Spacecraft returned to Earth for Varda space. Yep, they had a payload that launched on a SpaceX rideshare that came back down. That's pretty cool. Globestar constellation now shipping. Spacecraft hardware now waiting for Globestar payload deliveries before final integration begins. Look at how much fun these people are having. Twin spacecraft going to Mars for NASA, the Escapade mission. If I'm understanding this right, Escapade is launching on Newglands. I want to see some chopstick action. We'll get to it. Given I'm pretty sure they don't have the helicopter anymore, it's safe to say only splashdown. They've made improvements on water ingress as well. Yep. $150 million for solar supply agreement with Space Prime. Dude, Rocket Lab's making moves, man. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Archimedes engine build complete. First all-up engine assembly is complete. Quarantine Sniper, 14-month resub. Thank you. Full engine assembly is a major program milestone with upcoming engine test campaign and a key driver for Neutron's first launch. Yeah, we saw that. Hey, baby. All right. Full rate production of additional Archimedes engines is continuing in parallel with the engine test campaign, so there's more of them being made. Several long lead engine components are already manufactured for the next 4 engines. All right. Oh, hey, look, it's that same picture. All right. Archimedes hot fire campaign for the first engine has begun and is expected to run for several weeks. Archimedes test complex at Stennis has completed commissioning, currently undergoing activation and checkouts ahead of an engine test campaign. 50+ tests expected, including engine activation, ignition tests such as engine startup, long-duration engine fires, and engine shutdown. Vehicle development. Vehicle development. Neutron Stage 1 and 2 tanks and large structures. First Neutron fairing panels complete. On track for full set to be complete and assembled in the coming weeks. Assembly test run of Stage 2 internal tank structures completed. Next step, final assembly, lamination, and integration. In-flight configuration. The solution to pollution is dilution. Sweet. They're working pretty fast on this. Also, development. Yes! Nice. You just watched that clip last week? Yes! Launchpad development, LC-3 construction milestones. Concrete works for the Neutron launch mount completed. Propellant and gas storage foundations undergoing final concrete pour. Water tower installed for Neutron pad test and launch operations. Additional Neutron facilities undergoing significant changes daily, including Neutron assembly and integration complex outside of NASA Wallops Gate. If they would have been in which they'd go to open source. We don't know if it's abandoned yet, but yeah, we don't know. I don't know, Journey. Guys, Take-Two says it'll be fine. They say it'll be fine, but also at the same time, you know, I'm seeing people that I know personally that work at Intercept putting their resumes up. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. But who knows? Original KSP guy still associated? What? Foz Felipe hasn't worked on anything Kerbal related in half a decade, man. What are we supposed to do about .NET, Steve? What are we supposed to do? The solution to getting the .NET framework is developers, 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 developers. Yes. Yeah, he's working on Kit Hack. That's right. That's what he's working on. Yep. Yep. It's still funny, Chattermates. How about when ladies and gentlemen, Steve Ballmer, get on your feet, get up! Get up! Get up! Who said sit down? Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. You successfully have hijacked my space news, okay? Thank you for that. Thank you for hijacking the space news.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Ballmer!
I love old Steve Ballmer. It's the best.
Who said sit down? I have 4 words for you. I love this company. Yes!
Are you happy? Oh boy, that's awesome. Oh god, it just makes me happy. Whoa! Who said sit down? Can we go back to the PowerPoint now? Now you got to play developers? Oh, you're killing me, man.
Building your online...
No, I'm not. Will you get the f off the screen?
Okay, so what is the $64,000 question? Holy cow, I'm gonna have to tough it up now. Here we go. What's the $64,000 question for the field? What is the most asked question that I've received this week? What the hell are we supposed to do about .NET, Steve? It's a very good question, and it's got a very, very clear answer. Developers. The key to .NET, the key to industry transformation, the key to success is developers, 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 developers. Developers, 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 developers.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, these people are like, what's going on here? Oh boy. I watched that. I had no idea what the heck he was talking about, but I watched that. It was I don't know if it was live streamed or they posted it the next day. I don't remember. Oh, boy. I am rethinking my pivot into tech and engineering. Only the finest of nose candy. Dude, from what I can tell, he's just like that. Please save that mic. It's drowning, for Pete's sake. You have my word, if I ever am giving a presentation for a big company like that, if I ever have like my own company and we do something like that, that's what I'm going to be like. I'm sick of the Steve Jobs epic, inception-driven dubstep, wubstep corporate nonsense. I'm bringing that back. We're bringing it back, dudes. Yep. Come on, boss. Yeah, no, I'm not going to click on that. I want to go back to doing this. Will your company be called Edge Corp? Yeah. It's time to bring it back. Yeah, dude, we got to bring it back. Got to bring it back. The turtleneck, we're going to change the world. And not only are we going to do that, we're going to make it a better place by helping people. What we're not going to tell you is that we're going to make billions of dollars doing it and swindle every person that we probably take your data and sell it to some overseas company for billions of dollars. But we're making the world a better place and we're helping people. I can't stand. That's boring. I don't like that. I don't like. We're bringing back the Balmerisms. All right, the Balmerang. Okay. Tell me more about this Burger King. It's Balmerific. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Barrel. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. We got to bring it back, digital. We got to bring it back. Anyway. Financial highlights and lookout. Rocket Lab's pretty good at, posting all this stuff. That's pretty good. Whoa. Okay. It's a little bit of a new hat. No, just not one that I wear too much. I figure we'd take it out today for some Starliner action. And I got my nice ULA shirt. It's actually a dry fit. Very nice. Very nice shirt. They're public, so they have to be. Yes, public. Mm-hmm. Ending cash and non-GAAP free cash flow metrics. Cool. Profitability trends. Let's see Paul Allen's ULA shirt. I used to be a web developer. I love making websites. Sadly, my local web never seemed died, so I had to adapt and become a full dev. Your local web never... Well, full development is cool, Celestia. That's cool, too. That's neat. You had to switch to full stack. Stack it. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Sorry. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I mean, there's always remote. Remote is good. Q&A, investors, possibly you. Prestige, world. Why? Prestige worldwide. Anyway, that's a cool update. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know what half of those numbers meant. I did kind of look through them a little bit quick. I'll admit I was kind of looking at the pictures. I just wanted to see nice, cool pictures like that. Stack. Baby stack, stack. No one reads the text on a PowerPoint. Yeah, dude, I just want to look at pictures. All right, anyway. So that's cool. Good news from Rocket Lab. They've launched a lot. They seem to be pretty robust. Because yeah, I've been watching the launch market kind of, we've been just on a gaming binge lately, and it seems like there's a lot of contractions. I mean, we lost Virgin Orbit, and Astra is not looking ideal, but we'll see what they pivot to. See if they do pivot. I'm super worried about the industry contracting, especially with the inflation the way it is, and economic contractions and expansions. We'll see. They wait for the presenter to read it. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, you guys don't read the articles in Maxim? I don't know how to read. So when I really wish I could. No. Panta doesn't, you don't know what that magazine is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Damn kids and their internet. Panta, you should Google it. Maxim magazine. Do it. Johnny Red, neat. Okay, do it. Just Google it. Yeah, while at work. Oh yeah. Does inflation screw launch providers that locked in contracts before costs went up with inflation? Yeah. I mean, Jim, it's just cost. So, yeah, it could be where you're operating out of, dude. It could be it's cost of living. So, like, if you have an aerospace company in California, post-pandemic, cost of living shot up through the roof for whatever reason. And, if you're trying to run your business, once again, retaining personnel would be crazy because you can't raise them above inflation. If anything, everybody took a pay cut. No one wants to take a pay cut. So every good contract has inflation accounted for. Yeah, but see, you all say that, but it's very clear that a lot of tech companies, and there is an overlap between tech companies and aerospace companies nowadays. We're sitting here pretending like tech companies took into account inflation when they hired all those people during the pandemic. Oops. Don't they operate mostly with cost plus contracts? Who? It depends. We're talking about the entire industry here. We're not talking about NASA. Hey, EJ, how are you? You look kind of different. Is it a new camera? New camera, new microphone. Yeah, I replaced them about a month ago. Metroid. Yeah, man. All right, so check this out. We got another... This was from a couple of days ago. NASA awards studies for commercial Mars missions. This is coming from Space News, yeah. NASA selected 9 companies to perform feasibility studies of commercial approaches to deliver spacecraft to Mars and provide services there. The agency announced May 1st that the selection of companies for its Exploring Mars Together commercial service studies program. 9 companies received 12 awards. 3 of these companies received 2, while the other 6 received a single award. Contracts valued at between $200,000 and $300,000 per company are for 12-week studies to explore 4 topics where commercial services could augment NASA's broader Mars exploration program. Okay. Who did Yeah, we talked about this on NSF Live, actually. Yeah. This was talked about on NSF Live last week. Yeah, some of these are pretty cool, but once again, these are basically just trade studies. This is NASA saying, like, if we had a 10-ton payload and we needed to get it to Mars, how would you do it? They're basically NASA's consulting around and doing trade studies on different Martian architectures, which isn't necessarily. Actually, this is the part that I didn't get to say during NASA Spaceflight Live. All of these, it's cool that NASA is handing out these contracts here, right? To try and, what they're trying to do is try to flesh out a Martian architecture. But my big thing, and don't get me wrong, this is a good thing that you should be doing right now. But starting to flesh out Martian architecture is a good thing to be doing at this point in time, when your moon base is entering operations. They use this info to inform the next directives and programs. Oh, I know, Rocket Guy. I know exactly what this is. It's fine. My thing is that I can't help but think in the back of my mind that this would be good if NASA could, get the funding. Like, how can we be sure that this is even going to happen, right? Especially with how much of a fuster-collect the Artemis program has become lately. It's NASA should be looking into Martian architecture, but the ideal time to do that would be, once the moon missions have entered operation. I think this might be, this is very much my opinion. I think this might be a little bit premature considering, this is taking into account that your moon program was 100% certain and 100% successful. I think it, at this point, especially since for whatever reason, money is tight, right? You might want to wait off on doing this for a little while. Now, Nova One, here's the thing. NASA can do both of these things. They can do both of these things. And historically, that's what they've done. It's good to be planning. It's good to do this. It's good to do stuff like this. But it would be good if it's scoped for like commercial lunar payload services, but for Mars. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing something like that. That's cool. I'm okay with that. I think that's a good idea, but here's the thing, man. The moon program is so ridiculously fragmented right now. I'm struggling to see why you would want to work on this at this particular moment in time. Given NASA's budget, and yeah, their budgeting, it kind of seems like a little bit like, what? Why are you even thinking about Mars, dude? You can't even get to the moon. The whole impetus for the Artemis program is to learn to get to the moon before you get to Mars, right? Are we just going to Mars? Is that what we're doing? Right? And don't get me wrong, NASA should be doing both of these at the same time, but they also should have the proper funding to be able to do both of these at the same time. Something that they don't have that right now. Yeah, they don't have that. I don't mean to be a little bit down in the dumps on this, but, the ideal thing is that, you ramp up funding for your lunar program, and then when funding's ramping down for that, that's when you start doing the trade studies for your next giant leap, so to speak, right? Long story short, what I'm trying to tell you is that NASA does all this planning in anticipation of some type of crazy budget increase in the future, and it doesn't happen. Hey, Dre, what's going on? And once again, I don't mean to be down in the dumps about it, but, I can't help but think in the back of my mind that maybe you should get, your completely fragmented lunar program figured out. But then again, the alternative argument to that is that, leveraging the commercial industries to do this might be able to get you missions for cheaper, and you might be able to come up with a better integrated architecture for Mars. Basically learning from the frick-ups that happened with the moon. like fielding 2 lunar landers that are both more complicated in design than the one that brought us to the moon 50 years ago. Yeah. Like 2 of them? Why do we need 2 of those? Hey, just got here. You're building your N22 paper model. Yeah, cool. Here, you want to see a live look? Check it out. Looks like they're almost topped. Timing seems curious for me. It's good to do, but right now, I just don't think with the way the budgeting is going that that's a wise decision. I honestly think it's just to define knowledge gaps for commercial Mars. Assuming a 7-year technological development gap once a specific architecture is awarded, the gap for the RFI to the first contracted work is also in the order of a few years, with the preliminary contract timeline being several years. So with this initial step, any Mars tech development to delivery would still be 10 to 15 years from now. Granted the lunar program uncertainty, does that fit their Mars desired timeline? $2034 for Mars missions? Rocky Guy, like, here's the thing. I understand what this is. I understand the trade studies. This is basically NASA putting out feelers. I get it. I understand. And I understand the whole cycle. You know that I know that, right? Like, what I'm trying to say is that, bro, you can't even guarantee that we're going to get to the moon in the next 10 years. Let alone starting to leverage commercials for trade studies or like commercial architecture for Mars, right? What I'm saying is that this might be a little bit premature. That's just my opinion. Very much my opinion. Like, I understand how the industry works, and honestly, here's the messed up part. I can't say that if I was running NASA that I wouldn't be doing this. I would absolutely be doing this right now. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no way that they're getting to Mars in 2034 with the flat budget they have. Not a chance. Yep. Yep. Right. What I'm getting at is, do you delay this work until lunar is more certain? If so, how long? If delayed, do we just run into more problems delaying it later? It's a cluster regardless. Rocket Guy, assuming ideal scenario, assuming ideal scheduling, or even if we want to take into account the flat funding that NASA gets, say they just get funded to the tune of inflation from now on, which would make my head pop from the stupidity. But anyway, say they did do that, right? So I would start doing this after the first moon landing. Yep, that's when I would do it. That would be the time to do it. The first moon landing was supposed to be this year. So if, they had stayed on the original schedule, this would be the right time to do it. But, we haven't done that. So Artemis 2 is supposed to launch in 2022. And at this rate, with what's going on, with the Orion capsule, dude, not passing acceptance testing for the life support systems, the ones that they said would be good for the first time we put people on the capsule that blatantly weren't. Yeah, like I said, there ain't much to, I don't really have much confidence that a lunar landing is happening anytime soon. Maybe it'll be easier to get funding if NASA shows to Congress that they know how to do it. That's why I would propose doing something like this after the first moon landing, because then you're playing with house money, so to speak. The landing was always no earlier than near the end of the decade. Net near the end of the decade. And yet the only time where they move the deadlines forward, NASA actually launched something. If they hadn't decided to try and land people on the moon in 2024, would Artemis 1 have even launched yet? Curious thought. No, it wouldn't have. It's actually pronounced decade when we're talking lunar landings. Yeah. See what I'm getting at? This whole, oh, well, we're not supposed to launch it until then. We're not supposed to launch it. It's fine. Yeah, okay. All that does is give people an excuse to say, well, it's not happening till then. And then when then comes around, well, we need a little bit more time. But the flip side of this, guys, the flip side of this argument, devil's advocate on my own argument here. This stuff takes time, man. It takes time. It takes time to get it right. It's very difficult. There's a lot of intricacies here that people just don't take into account. However, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I didn't notice that Orion's testing regime was frankly garbage. In fact, I said that probably about 5 years ago. Terrible. Just a really bad way to test a capsule. Test the heat shield once in space, test it uncrewed once in space with no life support system, and then put people on the next flight. I'm telling you right now, like we could find a VOD from 2018, 2019, and you would hear me say that that's dumb. That's dumb. Orion needs a low Earth orbit access component. You needed something like Ares 1, or you needed something like Falcon 9, or Vulcan to put that capsule up into space. The original plan during Constellation was to test Orion at the ISS and get some data on long-duration missions for that capsule by anchoring it to the ISS for crew rotations. We decided we didn't want to do that because that was too expensive. Okay. And then proceeded to spend more money doing less. Yeah, that's the short story. Would a Falcon 9 be able to punt Orion to the ISS? I don't see why not. How did the space shuttle test its heat shield? Put 2 guys in the thing and fly it into space. That's how they tested its heat shield. But the shuttle also was fully built out. They didn't fly it with components, unless you want to count the approach and landing system test as flying a shuttle without all the other components. In which case, yeah, maybe. Because Enterprise just had the flight control systems on board and a very, very basically neutered version of the shuttle's flight computer. Didn't they deliberately make Orion heavier to make sure it couldn't launch on Atlas V or Delta IV? I doubt it, Max. I don't think so. I think that's just some crazy person like me's opinion about the subject. Orion is a deep space capsule. Hey, River Turtle, 100 months, dude. Triple digit club. Well deserved. Thanks, buddy. I think that Orion is just inherently... Orion was always going to be a heavy spacecraft. Guys, the Apollo CSM was heavy. It was just as heavy as Orion. Guys, here's the thing, man. You want to go on a camping trip to low Earth orbit, you don't need that big of a capsule. You want to go out to the moon, you want to go beyond low Earth orbit, your architecture changes. There's a reason why the space shuttle didn't fly to the moon. Okay? Because what a capsule look like that's designed to go further than low Earth orbit is different. It's heavy. Those are heavy capsules, man. Now, would Falcon 9 be able to do it? With that being said, yes, I think it could. I think it could. The only thing I'd be really concerned about is load. The compression load on that second stage might be a little bit high. Orion is a heavy capsule. However, it's 33 metric tons fully fueled. That's 66,000 pounds and change. It's pretty heavy. Falcon 9's max payload capacity is about 23 tons to low Earth orbit in fully expendable capacity. So obviously it doesn't have enough delta V. But we're not going to give Orion the fuel that it needs to circularize around the moon if we're just going to send it into low Earth orbit, are we? And we're not doing that. We'll do exactly what they did during the Apollo program. For the Skylab missions and for the Apollo-Soyuz test project, they launched an Apollo command service module, same exact design as the one they used to get to the moon, but they launched it with half a tank of gas. Orion with half of its tank of fuel is, well, like 23, 24 tons, give or take. And even if it's more, say Orion with a half tank of gas was 30 tons. 30 tons is well out of Falcon 9's purview. Or is it? Orion has a service module on it and a service propulsion system. You can use that as your third stage to get Orion up to Leo and then back down. Absolutely. So Falcon 9 doesn't even need to get it into low Earth orbit. It needs to get it close. And Orion should be able to handle the rest. Because that's what it was designed to do. I think Falcon 9 could absolutely do it. And I would go so far as to say that Falcon 9 could do it with a drone ship landing, too. You could reuse your first stage. Pretty dang sure. The capsules that were used instead of the shuttle. Capsules were used instead of the shuttle due to the high return velocity. Yeah, the shuttle's tiles would not be able to take an entry interface at 25,000 miles an hour. It's just the material science isn't there. Or wasn't there at the time. Plus, Wings is bad, okay? You shouldn't launch Wings to be on low Earth orbit. Wings is bad. Wings don't do very well in space. So, I think that Vulcan VC6 or Falcon 9 should do it, and I'll be 100% honest with you. I think we should do that before we send that capsule out to Leo. I don't think that NASA will do that, though. I think they're just going to put it on top of another SLS and then launch it into low Earth orbit. Which, I mean, that's what they did during Apollo 9, but Apollo 9 also had a lunar lander with it and a fully fueled upper stage. They just didn't shoot it off to TLI. They just stopped in low Earth orbit and tested everything up there. You know? One of the main strengths of the Apollo program was that it had backups. If the LEM on 9 didn't work, they could figure out what was wrong and fly the same mission on 10 if need be. Artemis doesn't have that. Bingo. They better use that upmass for something useful. They won't. They won't. They won't. What did you think about Lando McLaren winning in Miami? I was actually pretty happy for the team. Formula One is the most boring thing ever. I think I'd rather watch paint dry at this point, Huzzah. Yeah. I don't mean to be down in the dumps about it. I'm super happy that Lando won. That's cool. As long as it wasn't Max, right? But also at the same time, I don't care. I don't care. I spent my Sunday welding a truck exhaust together for my 97, and frankly, I felt a lot better about it. Dude, I would rather watch paint dry. Formula One in the last 2 years has gotten so ridiculously boring, I just don't care. Miami was actually a pretty fun race. Yeah, I get it. We've had this conversation a bajillion times, guys. You get one good race out of like 20. I don't care. That's not enough for me to justify spending or wasting 3 hours on a Sunday. I was more interested in Skiri. Yeah, and right. Yeah, Skiri and Adam. They're doing quite good in the right motorsports car, Fozzie. There you go. I actually had more fun watching NASCAR. Yeah, Kansas. The last couple of laps at Kansas were fantastic. Yeah, they were fantastic. They were great. And then the Indy 800, that was good too. I had most of that spoiled for me, so I ended up just watching the last couple of laps of it, and that was also good. I'm sorry, man. It's boring. I'm super happy for Lando. I'm super happy for Zach Brown and McLaren. That's really freaking cool. I just don't care. This is so old, you've probably seen it. I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah. Artemis 1 re-entry. Yeah. Hey, Pines, what's going on? So we should be coming up on Starliner coverage here in about 25 minutes. Yeah, then NASA coverage should start. Why don't NASCARs have dimples around them like golf balls? Mythbusters proved that it works. Yeah, Mad Cobra, there's this thing about making the vehicle more complicated and mandating rules that make the vehicle more complicated, so race teams have to spend more money to make a more complicated vehicle. Yeah, there's this whole thing about that, yeah. NASCAR doesn't put dimples in the car because that's a pain in the butt to make. And you double the cost of what it takes to make an already expensive race car. Why would you do that? You know, it's almost like there's another sport that I keep talking about that's absurdly boring that does stuff like that. Interesting. This sticker is dangerous and obstructive, but I do like Fig Newtons. You want to steal a SpaceX EVA spacesuit. Okay. Patriots NFL games, Cap. Hey, look, don't hate on something that I enjoy just because I'm telling you the truth about the sport that you like, okay? You don't need to go hating on the Patriots. They suck. They're terrible. I'm probably not going to watch those either. That's boring. Drake May, though. We'll see. I'm messing with you. No, I'm telling you, you don't get to mess with me just because I told you the truth about your sport, and the truth freaking hurts, man. The truth hurts, all right? It's boring as hell. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Go, Pack, go. John, get out of here. Quick question. Is tonight's launch north or south? North. John, get out of here. No, you got HD. Get the... Oh, God. You know how much of a pain in the butt it is to bounce back and forth between the two chats? I'm like, especially if there's the same viewer in the two different chats. You're killing me. Go Pack, go Pack, go. What the hell? Where'd you know, screw you. Green sucks. Doesn't matter if the Jets or the Pack. Jets are green and they're stupid, and the Pack is green and they're stupid. Frick all you. Frick you, Tom. Yeah, no, it was pretty funny. Frick you, Tom. You know something? You suck. I think we can all agree to hate Kansas City together. Yes. Rockets seem so antiquated to you. Yeah, well, Pigeon, come up with a better way. That Kansas race was a good time. Yeah. We hate Kansas City the same way we hate the Patriots. Yeah, I know, but at least just... All right. You know what? I can't come up with anything. You're right. All right. Yeah, I get it. But see, now you don't need to hate the Patriots. Now you can hate Kansas City. And then the best part is I can hate them with you. High five. Don't at least me. I thought about it. I was like, yeah, all right. I don't know why, but I'm in. That ULA shirt looks comfy as hell. What material is it? Silk. Yes, Flykin. I bought a silk ULA shirt. It's dry fit, dude. At least the Bees didn't blow another 3-1 series lead there. Yep, at least they didn't. They're going to get wrecked by the Panthers, though, I'm pretty sure. Nothing touches his body but pure silk. Ah, seriously, she got the mochaccino face, wonderful skin, and the big, broad shoulders. Crocs, buttercream, Crocs. But what size is the waist? Let's go with. Good reference, man. Good reference. Buttercream. Hey, get away from me, sweetness, honeycups. Go get the clothes. All right. Get my friend something from the kids section. Got some fire to him. I like that. Go get the clothes. Oh, Jesus. See that? He likes you. I'm not shopping with you no more. That list was almost too good. Yeah. All right, here. Let's check on Starliner. Let's see what we got. No problem. Just rush hour. I'm not in the other chat. Yeah, you're a viewer that was in the other chat at some point. You dumb Packers fan. Jeez. Watch the first one. You got to watch Rush Hour 1 and then Rush Hour 2. You don't need to watch Rush Hour 3. Don't worry about it. The first one is so good, dude. Such a good flick. There's another chat? Yeah, it's the YouTube chat. They're the upside down chat. I see them over there. I have to translate what they say from devil speak. What they say over there sounds like this. Sorry. I have to translate it into English. If Twitch is Chet, then what are you? You're Chud. That sounds like sand people? Yeah. Clip it for future generations. Here. What is that spherical tank in the background? Liquid oxygen over here. Liquid hydrogen over here. RP1, I think, is over here, and then methane for Vulcan is over here. I made you choke. I nearly made you choke on your blue cheese. Chet and Chud, the hyperdynamic duo. Yeah, you bunch of chuds over there in YouTube chat. If you really want to know, the water tanks are behind the flame deflector right there. I know. I've touched them. They're right there. I don't know anything about that, so you could just kiss my fat butt. Clyde, it'll take you all day to kiss your fat butt. I got a big mouth, Clyde. Not live. Oh, God, it's not live. Here, let me click the live button. Oh, look, it's still there. What's on this rocket? Quag, this has got the Starliner capsule, dude. Starliner capsule on top of a Not 22 Atlas 5. Atlas, so this configuration of Atlas 5 is specifically for carrying the capsule. N refers to no fairing. 2, the second 2, so N, no fairing, 2 solid rocket boosters. And then the third 2, so 22, so the third one is 2 engines in the upper stage. Dual engine Centaur. Can you post the link to that stream? No puedo. No puedo. Lo siento, amigo, no puedo. Why is there no fairing? Because people don't ride in cargo holds. The more you know. Ding, ding, ding. Does it have people on it? Not right now. It will in about 4 hours when it launches. Let's light this candle. That's right, Eric. Yeah, the coverage should be beginning here in about 15 minutes, Quag. We'll see astronaut Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore, or Butch Wilmore, 2 veteran shuttle astronauts fly on Starliner's first commercial crew test flight. So this is the CFT-1, Crew Flight Test 1 mission. Soyuz has a fairing. Nope, wrong. Completely wrong. No. It does not. The fairing that Soyuz uses for cargo is not the same as the aero shell for the Soyuz capsule for the crewed version. Nice try, though. Differences. Like, you couldn't put cargo inside of that aero shell that Soyuz stands inside of. You know, I know, because they don't. The only cargo that goes in there is a Progress capsule because it's so similar in architecture. 4 years after SpaceX and Dragon, but definitely better late than never. Rocket Guy, I will still say this. I will still say that Starliner was always going to take this long. Takes 10 years to make a capsule, dude. Took SpaceX that long. I know which people say, well, what about commercial crew? The commercial crew started in 2014. SpaceX's first crewed flight was in 2020. Yeah, but Dragon 2 is based off of Dragon 1, and Dragon 1 first flew in 2010. 2010 to 2020. 10 years, baby. Told you. Took EJ that long in KSP. Why do you... What? Yeah. Man, frick you. Let's hope they don't have any door plugs. How's your throat? It's getting there. Today I learned that you have a simulcast on YouTube. Yes, Shutter. I'm everywhere at once. Hang on. I gotta clear my throat. Yeah. Yes. EJ had to build all the ground infrastructure from scratch, though. No, not... Yeah, you're right, but EJ also had to learn how to build all the ground infrastructure from scratch, though. But, you know, hey, whatever. Whatever. It's chat. They're always going to try to take the streamer down a peg or two. It's fine. Question, if that's not a fairing, what is it? Oh, my God. You guys really just go right to Google Foo and don't even listen to what I say. That's cool. You know, here. All right. Look. Yeah, see, that's an aero shell for the capsule. A lot of capsules carry aero shells, like Apollo. Orion does the same thing. That's not a cargo fairing. That was the whole impetus for this discussion. Somebody asked why Atlas doesn't have a fairing, King. Doesn't have a fairing because people don't ride in cargo holds. The Atlas V 400 fairing and the Atlas V 500 fairing are cargo fairings. They're not designed for people. They were never designed for people. That's why you don't have any fairing here. Now, what Soyuz is flying with is an aero shell. Now, what's the difference between an aero shell and not? An aero shell, per my definition, is something that's going to carry a capsule. It is a specially built aerodynamic shell for a capsule. If you want to be a prick, you could call that a fairing, sure, but it's not. You don't launch cargo in this thing. The only thing that you launch in this thing are spacecraft. That's the only payload that specific type of fairing, I guess, if you want to call it that, can carry. The Soyuz cargo fairings don't look like that. Just in case people are, want to play the well actually game, that's fine. You can play the well actually game, but you're just making yourself look stupid. The point is that specially designed shells need to be made for spacecraft. That's the whole idea here. The cargo fairing is not the fairing or the aeroshell that's going to carry a crewed spacecraft, or even if you want to call that a fairing, if you really want to. That is specifically built for the capsule. They don't launch cargo in that thing. Those are two different things. The reason why Atlas doesn't have a fairing is because people don't ride in cargo holds. Because the Atlas V's fairings that it does fly with are for cargo. They're not for people. Because the Atlas V was not designed to be human rated. Or it wasn't designed for people to fly on it. It could someday. They did make some modifications to it, and the modifications are, one of the modifications was taking the fairing away. Does crew sit in the ball or the cylinder part? The ball. On Soyuz. Soyuz capsules have three principal parts here. You have your orbital module, which has food and the toilet, amongst other things. You have your command module here, which is the 3 seats and basically the flight deck of the craft here. And then from here back, you have your service module. Service module carries all your electrical power systems, propulsion systems, etc., etc. Yep. My parents let me ride in the cargo hold in the 80s, and I came out just fine. Well, by the same definition, you could call a spacecraft cargo. No, a spacecraft is payload, not cargo, Pluzzy. You guys got to remember, engineering is down to the context of subject matter, and that's something that apparently I'm not communicating good enough. In the context of the conversation that we're having, people don't ride in cargo holds. You know what I'm saying? Is there a scenario where someone could ride in a cargo hold and your wildest dreams and imaginations and however you want to categorize space flight according to you? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Arsenal, you have a master's degree now. Nice. Ooh, a Tory talk. Nice, I'm in. We're coming up here just on coverage for Atlas V here, the N-22 CFT-1 mission.
Good morning. We're out here at Slick 41. This is such an exciting day. The mighty Atlas rocket is here behind me with our crew flight test mission, our Starliner capsule on top. I thought I would talk to you today a little bit about the special things we've done to make the mighty Atlas one of the most reliable rockets in the world, even safer for our crew mission, for Sonny and Butch. So when you look at that rocket, some of the things you can't see, for example, are the emergency detection system. This is essentially a computer that we've installed on the rocket that is monitoring the health of the rocket so that if anything were to go wrong, it would be detected even faster than a human could see it and send a command to the capsule so that it could separate itself and fly the astronauts safely away. You don't see a payload fairing because obviously that would be in the way. Another thing you can't see is that amazing Centaur 3 is in its dual engine configuration, 2 RL-10s, and that's because we need the extra thrust to fly a long, flat trajectory that is actually suborbital, something we never do, so that if the capsule, God forbid, were to separate because something was going wrong, it could return the astronauts safely to the Earth. In addition to that, of course, there's a crew access tower built especially for this mission, and monitoring systems in case there were any hazardous gases so that the astronauts and the blue team, ULA employees and Boeing employees that get the astronauts ready and in the capsule, all of those folks could get on these really cool zip lines, which I personally tested to make sure they were safe for Sonny and Butch, and zip away from that tower to a safe distance very quickly. We've also got our Ascent team in the Valor Room back in Denver, who are a part of Houston's mission control, monitoring the health in case there's something different that even the emergency detection system wouldn't capture, so that we can keep the mission director and the flight controllers and the astronaut crew advised of what's happening. So we will take Sonny and Butch to space and bring them safely back to Earth a few days later. Thank you.
Thank you. That guy's cool. That's Tori Bruno. He's the CEO of United Launch Alliance. He's been running that company for actually about a decade now, which is pretty sweet. Tori Bruno's cool. That guy is a very big, very big nerd. Now, I know what people are going to say. You're going to write off Judgment and say he looks like just another corporate guy. He ain't no corporate guy. That guy was an aerospace engineer for Lockheed. Yes, that Lockheed. Yes, he worked on those projects. Yeah, no. He's cool. That guy's one of us. He's a nerd. He's a big nerd. Yeah, yeah. His repertoire for things, for aerospace stuff that he's worked on is actually pretty nuts. The Smarter Everyday video about Vulcan was amazing. Yep. He worked on, I don't think he worked on DCX. He did work on Venture Star. Yep, he was on the Venture Star program. Amongst other things, Venture Star, he worked on, so X-33 Venture Star, he worked on THAAD, Polaris, I think. Dude, he's worked on so many different missile systems. And aerospace projects for Lockheed. It's unbelievable. The list is too long. That guy is the nerd's nerd. And he's also a metalhead. He shows up just at Sabaton concerts and gets backstage. No, I'm not kidding. Yeah, no, the guy's a metalhead, which is pretty cool. You wouldn't expect it. Also, Tori Bruno is the closest thing that we're going to get to having Woody and Buzz Lightyear as one person. Because he, the dude also, like, has horses, and he rides around on horses in his spare time. Yeah, the guy's cool, man. He's Woody and Buzz Lightyear rolled into one person. Yeah, dude, check this out. Check this out, man. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. That is a great mustache, man. All right. What a complete person. Yep. Yeah, he's pretty cool. EB's pretty cool. It'll be a sad day when he goes, man. Retires, not dies. We don't want him to do that. Please don't do that, Tori. You're the man. Well, I'll have you know I got out of bed on time. Look at you. Bruno sells Sanctuary. Well, the Texas sun makes his back burn. Makes my back burn, yeah. How far did you get with the exhaust? I planned on getting it really close to finish today, drummer, and then probably didn't do all that because, yeah, this Monday. Anyway. It looks good, though. Mustaches last forever. Gotcha, all I need to know. Monday. Yes, precisely. Precisely. Anyway, let's go. W, you wanted a link of the KSC newsroom here, so sorry, it took me a second. I said no, and then I was kidding, and then I actually didn't. Anyway, EJ would look nice with a power stash. You think so? Think we could do it? I'll do it. Sure, why not? Anyway, let's pick up the NASA coverage here. Here we go. Shame, why do they have to launch at stupid o'clock? Because orbital mechanics doesn't care about your time zone. Oh, NASA 4K. You know what? I'm going to make this joke, Linprod. It is a pretty bad joke to make, but okay, that was the same thing. It's a pretty bad joke to make, but honestly, what timeline are we in where SpaceX broadcasts in 720p and NASA broadcasts in 4K? Where are we at? Where are we at with that?
Two NASA astronauts
Here we
are
go.
suiting up to make history as the first two to fly aboard Boeing Starliner spacecraft. We are tracking liftoff of this flight test at 10:34 and 14 seconds p.m. Eastern Time from Florida's Space Coast to the International Space Station.
Go.
I feel the liftoff. The clock has started. Roger, 0G.
Let's go.
Godspeed, John Glenn. New possibilities are opening for scientific cooperation between the two.
Discovery, go with throttle.
Let's roll.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Also joining us today is NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Megan, Dee. I'm so excited to be here, a part of this historic flight.
First crew
Go
flight
Starliner.
test.
Yeah, all three of us are very excited, and we're excited that you can join us today to watch and follow along for the next few hours. Because again, today is only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And it will lift off on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket, which ULA just finished fueling cryogenics a few minutes ago. Now, both Starliner and the rocket stand ready on Launch Pad 41. You're seeing a beautiful view there from one of our helicopters at nearby Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41. And the last time an Atlas-class rocket sent humans to space was 61 years ago for the final flight of NASA's Mercury program.
Over the next 5 hours, we will walk you through the launch of today's flight test. NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights to the International Space Station as part of NASA's Commercial Crew program.
Let's go.
Nicole, why is it so important
Heck
to
yeah.
have a second commercial spacecraft that can ferry astronauts to and from the International Space Station?
Megan, it's so important. What we need is dissimilar redundancy taking astronauts to the International Space Station. That allows us to not be reliant on just one company or one rocket. It provides that backup capability so we can continue to have that sustained
I gotta bounce the
presence on
audio,
International
dudes. Give me one
Space
second.
Station and do all
Sorry.
the science and technology
NASA's
development that we
underdriving
need
their
for future
sound.
missions like Artemis to the moon.
Again.
Yeah, it's such a great platform, and it's great that we get to utilize it in such a way by supporting the Commercial Crew program and what it's trying to do for the space station.
Yeah, the partnership between government and commercial industry is the way of the future.
Yeah. So obviously, everyone, Nicole knows a lot about the Commercial Crew program, the ISS, Starliner, and their two astronauts today, Commander Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, and that's why we asked her to be here with us.
Looking a
And for
little
those
windy out
who
at the
might
Cape
not know,
today.
so Nicole was first assigned to this Boeing Crew flight test in August of 2018. Not only was she trained to fly it, but she was an integral part of its development, along with Butch and Sunny. However, she was later reassigned to NASA's Crew 5 mission, which launched in 2022. She became the first female commander of a NASA Commercial Crew program launch and the first Native American in space. And while on board the space station, she and the crew conducted hundreds of experiments and technology demonstrations. She also performed 2 spacewalks, totaling 14 hours. After 157 days in orbit, she and her crew splashed down safely off the coast of Tampa, Florida. And today, now, you are here to watch your friends make history, Nicole.
It is really a special day. And,
Yeah.
you know, it's very important to me because it's a great example of how our teams work together. Boeing, NASA, all working together to create an amazing spacecraft that has this capability to launch. And it's really that team concept. Astronauts may move on and fly other missions and come back, but we're all one big team.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to point out that they didn't say it, but Nicole Mann is a colonel in the Marines. Yeah, she's a Marine Corps aviator. I'm just putting it out there. They didn't seem to mention that part. Yeah, she's definitely a colonel in the Marine Corps. Like, not just some random person. Yeah.
Starliner and the rocket for us.
Yeah.
Down the road from them,
I'm just putting it
at
out there.
AE
Like,
is
it's pretty
NASA's
cool.
Daryl Nail, who is monitoring the weather and NASA's oversight of launch operations.
And back here at Kennedy, we have NASA's Antonio Jaramillo to speak with key players in this mission. Plus, we have a team in mission control at Johnson Space Center in Houston. NASA's Brandy Dean, Boeing's Jim May, and NASA's Rob Navius will monitor flight controllers as they guide Starliner on its way to the International Space Station.
Awesome.
But for now, let's head back into the suit-up room. We got a live view at the top of the broadcast.
Best commentator
so let's go back
around
in there now because that is where all the action is happening. And right now we have a live view of pilot Sunny Williams there. She's sitting down talking to some technicians that are in the room with her. Nicole, what we are waiting to see right now, obviously they are suited up in their intravehicular suits, but we are expecting to see a pressure check on their suits soon, right?
Absolutely. So there's a huge team of
DCs,
folks from
baby.
David Clark and NASA and Boeing that are all working together to make sure the astronauts' suits are perfect prior to launch. And so they will get suited in. You can actually see Butch there.
Yep.
He's in the
Doing a
recliner
pressure
with
test.
a visor down. He's going through his first leak check. So it looks like maybe he's kicking back and relaxing, but actually those suits, when they're pressurized, it's more comfortable to be laying back. Otherwise, you have some really hard pressure points. And so he's going through that leak check now. They're testing the integrity of the suit prior to launch.
Yeah, so they're blowing air into the suit to inflate it. That's why we see him inflated there, and that's why his visor's down, because we're making sure that it maintains the right pressure for any issues that they might have. The suit has to protect them.
Absolutely. It is their life support system, really. And so should there be a problem
looks like the
in
Michelin
Starliner, they will close their visor. That suit can inflate, and it has the pressure and also the air supply to keep the astronauts safe in the event of emergency.
And Dee, Nicole mentioned David Clark, so that's the company that worked with Boeing to design these suits we're looking at, right?
Absolutely. So they worked closely with veteran astronaut Chris Ferguson to come up with the details. It is a lot lighter than the traditional NASA astronaut spacesuits. It's about 10 pounds lighter. It's very minimal. You could see on the left side, right under maybe their name, that's where the umbilical will go in, and that's where the air would go into. The chippas, which is a soft helmet. The new thing about this suit is the helmets are actually attached to the spacesuit. It's actually like a hoodie, and that's where the communication cord is connected to, so that they're able to talk to flight control during their mission. And then, of course, they have gloves, as most suits do, and these gloves are touchscreen sensitive, as we do have a screen on our capsule.
And it looks like Butch is about to unzip
I think they're pretty tricked, to be honest with you.
helmet there.
See?
So it seems like we've had a good leak check there.
You just unzip it. That's it. There you go. No need to attach the helmet or whatever. You just, there you go. I think that's pretty cool.
See, married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Speaking of space, Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS. A great background of experience there, Nicole, to really be the commander of a flight test.
Absolutely. All the experience of both Butch and Sunny as aviators, as naval aviators, and as test pilots. They've really been
SpaceX has
such
zippers
a
on the
critical
arms,
component
guys.
to the development of Starliner. As their experience, their decision-making.
I
love what Butch always says,
I don't know him, but however, Sunny Williams is from the town next to where I grew up. She's from Massachusetts, which is actually super cool.
That's what launched today.
I don't know her. They named
And
it elementary
Sunny
school
Williams,
after her. Does that help?
CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Sunny's third mission to space, making her the first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as a flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15.
Yeah.
She then returned to the
All
orbiting
right.
lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the second most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sunny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
You were talking about how Butch is always
Hear that
asking
last
why. Sunny has always said that that's actually something she really admires about him because
I
she
like that
fully
last part.
trusts that he's going to get down to the bottom of everything and figure out why we're doing things and why it's the best way to go about things.
Absolutely. Butch is always going to ask the tough
Needham.
questions. And if you have, one thing I remember training with Butch.
How far is Needham from Boston? Not very far. 10 miles. I used to live right near Needham, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's really, really close to the city. It's a suburb. But there's Mike Fink. He's a backup.
Trust his decision making. And now, right
Also
here, we have a shot
colonel.
actually of NASA astronaut Mike Fink. He's the backup pilot for this mission. And Nicole, a fundamental part of NASA's commercial crew program and getting Starliner to this moment, really, Fink was.
Oh, absolutely. Mike Fink has been working commercial crew since the very beginning. Before he was even assigned to Starliner, he was in charge of the astronauts that were working that program. So he's had a fundamental role in its development as well, and it's great to see him in the backup role today. And then he's also assigned as the pilot for Starliner 1.
Yeah, Starliner 1, the first operational 6-month mission to the space station after this crew flight test and certification of the Starliner spacecraft. Fink is known for loving to take pictures, so I bet you he's snapping he's snapping a picture of the crew now.
Okay, that makes me laugh. He is the best at taking photos. In fact, yesterday I drove by the pad and took a photo, and I texted Mike, and he sent me the first picture that we took together in front of the Atlas V, which is pretty special.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I know he's there in a monitoring role, right? Because as he prepares for Starliner 1, it's really important to see how everything shakes out for CFT today.
Oh, for sure. But he's also the ASP. So he's the astronaut support person in the room. And so his job is to make sure Butch and Sunny have everything that they need for launch. Of course, there's a team that's helping them out, but he has that special eye to know, okay, this doesn't look quite right. As a crew member, he has that kind of inside knowledge, and his forefront of his mind is the safety and success of Butch and Sunny.
So some of the anybody here that's wearing dress blues like that, or the flight suits, the blue flight suits, is an astronaut, or basically an astronaut. So over there you have Eric Bowe. He's another Starliner certified pilot over there. And then next to him, the dude with like the blue, like blazer, like almost like a blazer jacket. That's Kjell Lindgren. He's the flight surgeon. So he's the doctor. He's, damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a scientist. He's the doctor. He's there. And then Mike Fink is there for crew safety, stuff like that. But yeah. And then Joe Akaba was there, if I saw that right, who is, I think he's chief of the astronaut office right now.
Here, Dylan and I are in a really unique spot here at ULA's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center. We're able to look down over the control team,
Cajun.
The launch control team down here. And if you see us right there in the middle of the room, that's us up in the window. Hi. And we're also able to be right in the middle of the mission directors who are over to our right and the engineering support that's over to our left. So we're in a great spot to be able to track this countdown for you today. We're also going to be bringing up the public operational communications that you might hear us refer to as loops or nets. So you haven't heard them so far in the broadcast, but we're going to bring them up now. And we just want to let you know that as they come across, our commentators will be pausing to make sure that you can hear them. It's also our job to wear these headsets you saw us in and listen to some of the chatter that's going on in the background. That way we can translate things for you as they happen and follow along with the nominal procedures. So far in the countdown already today, the Starliner Control Center is starting to shift control of the spacecraft over to Mission Control in Houston. The pad team has been cleared out for a little while the rocket was being fueled, but they are back on the pad now and preparing.
The tall
it for
towers
crew
are for
arrival.
lightning, I think.
Our teams have also been cycling the thruster valves, and they're now in open position. This is the third time, of course, for Starliner to launch, but the first time that we're going through all these procedures with the crew members. So that's why we're coming to you 4 hours before launch today to be able to walk you through everything. But it is important to remember this is a test flight, so we are going to learn a lot, and it is our goal to make things more efficient for future crews. So Dylan, how are things progressing with the rocket?
Well, Lauren, Atlas V and Centaur are fueled and ready. The rocket was rolled out to the pad this weekend where it was connected to the propellant storage farms, air conditioning, and other pad utilities. Our countdown started at 11:14 a.m. this morning. And we powered up the rocket, began all of our final checks of our avionics systems, and then started the final preps out at Launch Complex 41. All that work wrapped up around 3:30 p.m. We got into our cryogenic tanking hold at that point. And with the launch vehicle ready and the cryogenic hold completed at 4:34 p.m., we picked up cryogenic tanking. Cryogenic tanking takes about just under 2 hours to complete and went very smoothly today. The vehicle right now remains in stable topping and all pre-launch checks are basically complete. The readiness poll has been completed for pad entry, and the blue team is, as you said, arriving at the pad now. Today is the 100th launch of the safe and reliable Atlas V rocket. It's the third flight of the 172-foot tall N-22 configuration. This rocket is equipped with a dual-engine Centaur upper stage, which is a configuration that's uniquely capable to deliver the performance needed for that specially shaped trajectory that maximizes crew safety for Starliner. Rocket processing activities are sequenced to the T-clock. So right now we are at T-minus 4 minutes and holding. T-clock stands for terminal count clock. So what that indicates is that right now we're not performing any significant processing of the rocket. The L clock, which is what you see on the screen, or launch clock, is counting down from L-minus 3 minutes, 3 hours 47 minutes down to T0 for our instantaneous launch opportunity at 10:34 and 14 seconds this evening.
One thing I really love is that it's the Atlas's 100th launch, and it is the first crewed launch for CST-100. So that is our lucky number of the day. If you don't know, CST stands for Crew Space Transportation, and the 100 represents the 100 kilometers up. That is the space line, the difference between Earth and space. So, of course, you'll hear us refer to it as CST-100 some, but we do call it Starliner now. That is the fleet name. So let's get a check-in with NASA's Daryl Nail at.
It doesn't seem redundant to have another autonomous spacecraft. No, having two spacecraft is good to make, because in case one of them goes wrong, Mock, you still have a way to get to the space station. It's called redundant dissimilar architecture. Yeah, that's not redundant. It is redundant, but it's not. Look, man, having two parachutes when you go skydiving, that's redundant. But are you going to not have two parachutes? You're not going to have a backup chute just in case? Just saying. Probably, sometimes redundancy is okay. In this particular case, we want to keep the supply chain to the ISS intact. If one of these things has a problem, the other one can pick up the slack. You want to maximize scientific research on the ISS, and having two capsules will allow you to do that.
West of us. In fact, there's some storms firing up to the west, just west of Orlando, which is about an hour's drive of here. Thunderstorms are starting to form there. They have some lightning that is in the area, but all of that is not a concern according to the launch weather officer. Now, there's two areas that we're looking at, and the first is the launch pad. You can see from this shot right here, the seas look great, the sky looks good, and overhead we're looking really fantastic. So let's put up the weather graphic and just give you the breakdown for the launch weather officer here in the area. You really can't get much better than that. 95% go. They wouldn't want to put 100% because.
I have you loud and clear on one.
Roger that. Blue team has arrived at CAT level 12, performing right room cockpit paper and O2 checks.
Roger.
They're doing has-gas sweeps on the crew
so
access
the
arm.
blue team is up at the 12th level.
3 hours, 45 minutes.
And so we are 95% go, with the only concern, as I mentioned, cumulus cloud rule, temperature 72 degrees. As far as the little bit of elevated risk for the ascent abort corridor, this is the area up the northeastern seaboard of the United States. There is a cold front that is leaving the area. It has created some cool water in that area. And the search and rescue teams are monitoring that. It's below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's not something that's going to be able to stop the search and rescue teams for Det 3 from going in that water if, for some reason, the crew capsule aborts into those waters up the near the Canadian Maritime provinces.
Go ahead, Slick.
The CST-100 commanding transferred from BMCC to MCC CST.
Roger.
Winds are looking good.
All right, with Butch Wilmore in his seat, getting ready to do his suit leak check, we'll toss it back to Megan at the host desk.
Yeah, so right now we have Butch sitting there. His suit leak check is actually complete as well.
Yeah, cooking. I'm trying to listen to what they're saying there about the weather. You're talking about the aero shell on Atlas 5. The shell. Rocket Guy's answer is, I'm basically just going to paraphrase that. It's to improve aerodynamics. The blunt body of the capsule being wider than the rocket body causes flow separation and drag at the top of the vehicle. The skirt helps reconnect that flow to the rocket body and improve aero and drag reduction. Bingo. It's basically so the thing about air, guys, is that it's very fluid. But here's the thing. Air doesn't like to turn. So if you picture something flying through the air, right? If it's flat at the front, we all know that that's not very aerodynamic. Why? Because you're making the air turn 90 degrees and then try to turn 90 degrees again, right? That's no good. That's going to create a lot of drag. Why does it make a lot of drag? Well, air doesn't like to turn. And because it doesn't like to immediately turn around the corner like this, it'll kind of flow off to the side, right? You're going to get what's called flow separation. Flow separation creates low pressure right here. That high pressure with the low pressure getting stuck right there creates tons of drag. That's what drag is. It's just differences in pressure. Basically, because air doesn't like to turn. That skirt on the bottom of Starliner is basically redirecting that flow so it doesn't separate off the front, and it basically channels it in, almost like a funnel for air to the Centaur, and then down the rest of the stack. It basically alleviates a lot of drag. Wait till you guys figure out what the grid on the front of Starliner does. It'll blow your freaking mind.
After this flight. The orange border is a nod to this being a test flight. Earth's blue marbling represents Sunny's love of the ocean. And of course, you have Starliner and the Atlas V rocket there in the middle, with the ISS above it signifying Starliner's first destination in space.
Nice.
We have teams at Mission Control in Houston monitoring Starliner's flight to the space station. Let's check in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks, Dee, and welcome to Mission Control in Houston. And I'm NASA's Brandy Dean.
James
May.
May.
I'm Jim May with Boeing. We're incredibly excited to be here today with the flight control team.
That's not James May.
That will be seeing Starliner safely through its first ascent with crew members on board. The team's been training really hard for this, working through literally hundreds.
That man is eating oatmeal.
And they're ready to get Starliner into space.
He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
Led by Flight Director Mike Lammers, with Flight Director Rick Hempling working alongside to assist him with keeping an eye on weather. And on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom. He'll be speaking to Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams on the team's behalf.
That was the guy that was eating. That's Josh Kutrick.
Kutrick plans to be on board Starliner the next time it launches as a mission specialist on Starliner 1 crew.
This team's been on console since about 3:30 this afternoon, working closely with the teams in Florida. Just under 4 hours before launch, once everything was activated and ready for them, the Boeing Mission Control ground control team handed control over to these folks here, and they'll be the ones sending commands to Starliner from now on.
That said, although they'll be busy, you won't hear too much from them as they move through the countdown with their colleagues in Florida. Some of the key calls they'll make include switching Starliner from ground power to battery power, and then with the crew's help, activating the launch abort system. And of course, Mike Lammers will be speaking on behalf of his team when he gives his go or no go to the launch conductor during the final poll.
You got 3.5 hours.
At liftoff, they'll work hand in hand with the ULA team, who will be controlling the Atlas rocket lifting Starliner into orbit. For the first minute and a half of flight, we'll have Atlas and its solid rocket boosters providing the initial lift to get Starliner to orbit. And then later, the second stage Centaur engines finish the job of getting the spacecraft into orbit.
They'll be done with their job about 12 minutes into Starliner's flight and then be jettisoned 3 minutes later. After that, Starliner will be on its own to make its journey to the International Space Station.
So let's take a closer look at the details of what to expect during Starliner's ascent, coming up at 10:24 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Yeah, Noah, that part right there. So if you look at Atlas, see how it has that grid right there? This stuff? Yeah, exactly. So with the hammerhead design, right, it's gonna basically, you'd think that it's gonna push all the air out and away, right? But that grid, that little grid that's around Starliner's escape module, or the service module right there, that little guy, see that thing? That actually does some aerodynamic trickery here. So when something is flying through the air, depending on your speed and altitude, you're going to leave a wake. Think like kind of like a boat going through the water, right? I get it. One is hydraulics, the other's pneumatics. I understand there's a difference. Every time I've made that thing so many times, people say, well, air isn't water, EJ. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for the input. So picture a boat going through the water. When a boat's going slow, you got a nice little pleasant wake. But if a boat's going fast, the wake gets shot out to the sides, right? Same kind of thing happens with air. When you're going really, really fast, you have a wake. All right? You have an expansion. And the faster you go, the closer that wake comes to the vehicle, right? It really depends on the shape of the front here. But now here's the thing. You would think, like at the end of the conical section of Starliner, right before where that grid is, you'd think that you're going to get tremendous flow separation there, right? That's going to suck, and you're going to make tons of drag. That little grid right there is actually a stabilizer to make sure that your wake angle stays exactly the same no matter what speed and what altitude you're going at. It's really, really, really trick stuff. Really, really, really interesting. That's what that little thing right there is for. It's for controlling the angle of flow separation coming off the edge of the capsule right there. That's why that's there. It's super, super, super smart. So that, coupled with the aeroshell, basically makes it so despite having this crazy, seemingly unaerodynamic design, that's actually super stable. It is very, very stable, and it will behave the same no matter what speed or altitude you're going. I'm not interrupting Rob.
Speed with CFT-100 hatch operation, where the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is on duty at this hour, keeping tabs on the countdown, the progress of Starliner's preparedness for launch, and the countdown for the crew members on board the station
Adrian
to be awakened
magic, yes.
at about 2 a.m. Eastern Time Tuesday morning. Once the 7 station crew members are awake, they'll move right into preparations for the arrival of Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams late Tuesday night. High on the list for the station crew after their wake-up call will be the stowing of equipment currently housed in the passageway between the forward end of the Harmony module and the hatchway through which the Starliner astronauts will float as they enter the station following docking. Tuesday afternoon, there'll be a pair of mission management meetings.
It doesn't need to be adjusted,
First by Boeing
Noah.
management to assess Starliner systems following launch, and the initial series of OCCs. Those are the operational checkout capabilities the Starliner crew will conduct to ensure that the vehicle is ready for docking. Following that meeting, the International Space Station partners will gather to give final approval for Starliner to press ahead with the critical phase of the rendezvous that begins tomorrow evening with the terminal phase initiation burn. So it's a busy 24 hours that lies ahead. We'll be here every minute to keep you posted. And by the way, at the time of launch tonight, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over southern Belgium. With that, we'll send you back to the Cape.
Thank you to our colleagues over at Johnson Space
Love
Center.
Rob.
We are now 3 hours, 35 minutes, 10 seconds and
95%
counting
go.
from liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew
LC
flight
flight,
test.
channel 1. Go ahead, flight.
Hey, program.
Firm ready for hold call authority comm check. Proceed. Stand by for voice loop reconfiguration. Roger.
Hey, Tori Bruno's right
Nicole,
there.
really quickly before they start, what is this?
And look at
or not
that.
poll, I'm sorry,
Mr.
check.
Pickles himself is right there.
These are all the
That's
comm checks
just
to make
great.
sure that the control rooms for the spacecraft, for
Look at
Houston,
that.
as well as the rocket, are all in sync and have good communication.
As we wait for that comm check, we are outside now, looking at the crew's ride to the launch pad. Because
LC,
before,
SMD on channel 1 for a comm check.
I have
Here
you
we
loud and
go.
clear on channel 1.
Playing card games for good luck.
SMD out.
all right, we're actually going to go back inside because the card game is happening. And Nicole, talk us through what's happening right now.
Okay, so there in the middle of the screen, you see Joe Akaba. He's the chief of the astronaut office.
LC
and
flight, comm check on air to ground 1. I have you loud and clear on channel 1. Copy. I have you loud and clear on CSP air to ground 1. This completes the hold call authority comm check. Roger.
And they're playing a game called Scat, which is essentially 31. You want to get 31 in your hand of the same suit, and you can decide to pick another card, or if you think you're close enough, you can knock the table. Looks like Sunny just knocked the table there, so maybe she thinks she won. Bush will get one more try to see if he gets 31, and then we'll see.
And why are they playing a card game? Some people might be watching and going, wait, what?
Yeah, maybe it does seem a little odd. It's tradition goes back, I think, as long as I've heard, at least some type of a card game, or, for example, for our launch, Josh Cassada, our pilot, he did a card trick. So it's just, if there's time, we do it. Of course, if you're running behind, you would skip the card game, but it's just a nice tradition and a chance for the crew to kind of take a breather before walking out to the rocket.
And the purpose usually when they're playing a game is the commander has to lose, right?
Yes, you want that to be, the worst thing that happens that day.
Yeah.
Use up all the luck right now.
I don't know if Sunny, well, maybe Sunny won because really, again, I don't think Sunny has won because they continue to play.
That's what I'm thinking. They're just dealt another hand, so we'll see.
Again, another pre-launch tradition that dates back quite a bit. And we wanted to bring you back into the suit-up room to show you this because it is a moment of levity for the crew before everything really starts to ramp up before launch.
And it's really great, these traditions. Sometimes you lose where they actually start, but sometimes they've been carried on for decades and decades. And there's a lot of little traditions and big traditions, but it's a big part of NASA and our launches to space.
While we watch them continue to play, I do want to
use
mention
up all
one
the
thing, 'cause
bad
obviously
luck,
we see
Pop.
their helmets hanging off the back of their suits. There was a dream that Butch kept on saying that he was having, more of a nightmare, I guess, where he was saying, oh, I think he won.
Well, looks like it.
He won.
Yeah, baby.
Thumbs up. That means go.
Okay.
That means go. We have some cheers from around the room. Sunny's happy to lose or happy to win. I don't know who won.
I'm not sure. Maybe they changed the rules. They look happy either way. That's
Yes,
the most important
we're
part,
walking
right?
out.
Like everybody's smiling there.
Back to that story. So Butch was having this recurring nightmare where it was launch day and he couldn't find his helmet. So I'm sure he
Protective
loves
cover.
the fact that this helmet is attached to his suit.
Yeah, that is good. I think you still need your chippa though, so the
channel one.
earpieces they still
You're
need,
loud
but
and
that'll
clear
be
on
in their
one.
helmet bag.
Yeah.
Thank you, LC. Minor comm issue with blue team, but it is resolved now.
Roger.
And so you just
Something
heard that
was
call
going
out.
funky
Basically,
with
the
the
blue
radios.
team, just to set everybody's understanding of some of the loops that they'll be, or some of the announcements that they'll be hearing over communication loops, is the blue team is the pad that's out. The blue team is the team that is on the launch pad right now, prepping the pad for Sunny and Butch's arrival.
Who's that guy?
We're watching them take some photos with some folks who are in the suit-up room there, and they're holding some roses, Nicole. Do we know anything about that?
I'm not sure if they're for support folks or maybe they're for their family. When they walk out here of the astronaut quarantine facility, then their immediate family will be there waiting for them, and they'll get one last chance to chat with them before riding off in the Astrovan.
Yeah. I do know that this particular crew has
Shut
always
up.
said, really, this is a team effort to get to today, so I'm sure they are very appreciative. And yeah, those might be for folks they want to honor today. And as you mentioned, the Astrovan, Nicole, the Astrovan is going to be Butch and Sunny's ride to the launch pad. You're looking at it right now. It's parked right outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Crew quarters is right inside of the ONC. NASA chose the company Airstream back in the 60s to create a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. The picture you see there, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. And then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan. You see it there, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pads. You see Butch smiling there, one of his previous missions. Sunny also rode in that Astrovan.
And now
Feeling
here's
Melvin
a closer
right there.
look at the new Astrovan. It's wrapped with pictures of Starliner, has a license plate that says Ride to Space. When the doors open, steps fold out.
Their registration
the inside
expired.
can seat up to 8 people. There's those steps.
Saying.
And there's, with the room for the astronauts, portable air ventilators that keep them cool. The Astrovan also includes TV and a sound system so crew can watch or listen to whatever they want on their way to the pad.
That's the best you could come up with, a freaking Metris van. Oh, they got the registration updated, guys. We're good.
I love that Ride to Space license plate. That's cool.
Yeah, that is. It's always nice to see these personal touches, you know, and again, to bring in some fun, right, to a historic mission.
Why don't you just get another
Now, Nicole, we're
Airstream,
outside
man?
again of the ONC building, Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Can you talk to us about the crowd of people that's there now?
Oh, absolutely. So you'll see Butch and Sunny, their immediate family, will be there watching the launch, and then
Here we
you always
go.
have a support astronaut.
Into the elevator.
And for
Oh, it actually looks like they've already left
and
the
they're
suit
matching.
up
Look at they're
room.
matching their picture in the elevator.
That's awesome. Great, yeah. So there you have Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sunny Williams. They've left
It's
the
a
suit up room
Mercedes
a
Sprinter
couple of
van.
seconds
It's not a
early.
Metris, never mind.
They've walked down a hallway and are now in an elevator to go down to where you're seeing now. They will soon walk out the doors that are to the upper left side of your screen. They'll greet the crowd there before getting into their Astrovan. So again,
No,
Nicole, what were you saying
fine.
about the people there?
Atlas
Yes,
5.
of course. There's always astronauts there supporting the
life.
family. So I think flying in space is one of the most important things we do. And the next thing after that is supporting our friends that are flying to space and supporting their family. So
For the shuttle
you'll
to
see
drive you to
Steve
the
Bowen,
Marriott.
who is supporting Butch's family, and they were classmates of the astronaut class of 2000. And then Doug.
Ian, I'm taking the damn canoe. I'll take the canoe over this, dude. I'm not kidding. I'll take the canoe. Like, please give me the canoe over this.
Your loved ones before a really important historic mission ahead of you.
Butch and Sunny have been training on Starliner for years, and Starliner training takes place at Johnson Space Center, where they can simulate just about anything they may experience in space, even zero gravity. They performed a lot of their training inside a real-size mock-up of the Starliner at JSC, which just happens to be right across the room from a real-size mock-up of the International Space Station. And just down the road, they spent hundreds of hours inside of Starliner's simulators, running through various possible scenarios they could face during this flight test.
Now, Nicole, Butch and Sunny are, likely waiting right outside of the doors now. We expect them to walk out at 3 hours and 24 minutes before launch. Do you remember how you were feeling in this moment?
Oh, absolutely. And, we've walked out those doors a million times just being here at Kennedy Space Center.
What van did SpaceX use? Hardy Beast. SpaceX uses 2 Tesla Model X's. Actually, 3. Yeah, they use Model X's, so they got the cool gull-wing doors and stuff. Actually, super useful for when you're trying to get into a car with a spacesuit. Having the door open up gives you a lot of space to get in. It actually makes sense.
We'll be watching the clock to see if they're too excited to wait for the mark that they are.
Who would come running out first? Would it be Butch or Sunny? What do you think?
You know the answer.
Okay, they'd be there
gonna
together, kind of running out. I'm sure we'll also see a lot of NASA leadership.
What car does Blue Origin
here at crew
use?
walkout. Now they'll have to stay
Rivian.
down kind of towards the other end of where the Astrovan is because they have not been in quarantine with the crew. But it's
So, guys, the interesting thing is that every NASA mission since Apollo 7 has walked out of that door. Every single one of them. These are the same doors that Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins walked out of to get into their vehicle to go to 39A. That's the same operations and checkout building. Every single crewed flight since the Apollo program has basically come out of those doors. Every single shuttle flight. Every single one of them. Which is pretty cool. And all of SpaceX's missions too, except for the fully commercial ones. The privately funded missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris they don't use NASA's buildings. But the vast majority of people that have launched out of the United States from rockets in this country have come out of those doors and gone down and ingressed into a vehicle to get to the pad.
There's that same suit-up room that we have been watching them suit up in. NASA has used that very same suit-up room since Apollo 7 in 1968. That was the first manned mission of the Apollo program. So a lot of history there. And then those astronauts, as we said, for the missions subsequent to Apollo 7, have been walking out the doors, as you see now. Here they come, our CFT crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams.
LC, Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
Hatch open, ops complete. Confined space checks are nominal.
Roger.
You can hear Butch there saying thank you for everyone for being there. He said, let's fly. They're now walking over to their respective areas, right? Again, we have family and friends here to see Butch and Sonny.
Why aren't they on oxygen yet? Well, there's this planet that they're on that has oxygen
Everybody looks really happy, smiling, excited. They'll have a couple of minutes here to chat with their family and friends, Nicole, before we expect them to get into the Astrovan and drive off at 3 hours and 20 minutes from launch. So about 3 minutes from now.
They don't need to. The suits aren't pressurized right now. The helmet's open. They won't jump on to the systems until they at least get up into the crew tower and stuff, or plug into the spacecraft. It seems like these suits don't need any type of thermal conditioning yet, or anything. Like the SpaceX suits, they carry around air conditioners with them, but it seems like these suits are kind of like a dry fit thing. It looks like you don't need it.
Yeah, of course, covering this historic launch.
And this is a special moment. I mean, it looks like it's crowded there, but it's really a private moment that you're kind of have with your family to exchange some words and give some final words of encouragement for those that are staying back on the planet and for the person that's leaving the planet as well.
Yeah, both Butch and Sonny have said, they have
I like the Boeing
their
suits,
family
Jax.
every
I think
step
they're pretty,
of the way
I think they're pretty sharp.
of their mission. So really, they feel like their family is ready and excited and happy for them to embark on this journey.
Absolutely, and your family is such a big part of this. Your immediate family, of course, your extended family, then your NASA family and your Boeing family. It's really everybody working together and supporting each other is the only way we can make these incredible things happen.
Look at those operators in the background.
Less than 2 minutes from them to drive off to their launch pads. I do want to point out who's going to be getting in the Astrovan with them. So we will have a driver. His name's actually Rodney Perry, and he said, I could not pass the opportunity up to drive astronauts to a launch pad. I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then we have a backup driver who's going to ride passenger, monitor again those communications that we're hearing over the loops, the nets, just to keep tied in with the operation. He said that Butch and Sonny are just down-to-earth fun people, excited to, again, play a small part in their mission. And then also Fink, NASA astronaut, is going to ride with them. Can you talk to us about that, Nicole?
Yeah, so again, in that astronaut support role, Mike will be with them all the way up until they get on the elevator to go up into the launch pad, and he's there to
I saw him, Dan.
Just answer any questions they have, help them out in any way. It's nice having kind of just a person, a colleague that's there should you need anything. And then, of course, Spanky's taking notes on everything because,
because of the zipper,
we're always learning
strap.
and improving our processes.
So you don't cut yourself up on that
any
zipper.
lessons learned back for his launch.
And we're watching now as Butch and Sonny give air kisses, air hugs.
You can see they have a visor or a film kind of protective layer there on top of their visor that's velcroed to the back there, and that's just so the visor doesn't get scratched as they're moving around to the launch pad, and then they'll remove that protective visor when they get into the spacecraft.
That makes sense.
Why does it have to launch at 3 a.m. UK time, man? Because of orbital mechanics, man. The ISS has to be in the right place, or else they ain't gonna get very far.
One of you guys' colleagues, right, Dee?
That's right. That's Megan Donaldson. She works very closely with the astronauts. She's our astronaut liaison and ensures that they have proper interaction with our team.
They both can hold four,
to encourage
Northern.
safety and to remind everyone that this is a crewed flight and this is who we do it for.
Now she's closing the door. The stairs are going up.
I like the stairs. That's actually
You see the
kinda
backup
cool.
driver getting into the passenger seat.
I always expect the the Astrovan to zoom away or something, but for some reason it always drives so slowly. I guess safety first, right?
Exactly. I was just going to say
Okay.
safety first. We have speed limits here on Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah,
don't
we
you
take those very
don't you
seriously.
encourage people to beat those speed
Of course
limits?
not.
I'm sure everybody getting situated in there. The windows, they look opaque, but actually the
I'd do a
astronauts
burnout.
can see out of them, right,
Not
Dee?
gonna lie to you,
That's
I'd do a
right.
burnout.
So they'll be able to have views of the entire Kennedy Space Center as they ride to their pad.
And what a beautiful time to be riding to the pad. We're about
It's
to
a
see
test
sunset
flight, Dan.
here.
Pilot and commander. That's
Golden
it.
hour.
Absolutely. It's gorgeous. And it's always fun because you drive out to the pad and there's a lot of locations, especially coming by the vehicle assembly building where the streets are just lined with folks waving and cheering you on.
We expect the drive
Nice,
to take
Spencer.
about 20 to 25 minutes from
Rogan,
here
what's up, man?
to Launch Pad 41 on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So not on Kennedy Space Center property, just next to us. Again, about a 20 to 25-minute drive. How are you feeling on that drive, Nicole?
They should be,
We were
Jax.
definitely excited. I was in a car with Josh, as I mentioned before, who was our pilot for Crew 5, and we had a music playlist that we listened to.
Yes, Pines.
But we picked too many songs, so we had to kind of rush through to the next song because we wanted to get all those songs in. We had some songs that kind of hype you up, some songs that had some special, personal meaning to us, and then a couple songs that just as a crew was something that we really enjoyed together.
Now the real question is, chat, what's your launch song? Mine's Countdown by Rush. Yep. Yeah, that's yeah. Bow 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 bow. Let up with anticipation. We arrive at the launching site. Yep. Freebird, nice. Mars by Chevelle, Spirit in the Sky, that's a good one. Fuel, good call, good call.
To get them in the mindset for
Good
today.
call.
Absolutely.
Prelude
You're
to War
definitely
from
focused
BSG.
on,
Oh.
launch and the upcoming mission, but the,
Exquisite taste
but the
info.
ride over gives you
Ocean by
just
John
a chance
Butler,
to kind of kick
okay.
back
Tron
and
2
reflect a little
soundtrack,
bit
nice.
about all
AC/DC,
the work
yeah.
that's
Ride the
gone
Lightning.
into preparing for this moment.
Sounds
all
of
the teams
Silence.
of folks that have been working hard to make sure that this launch is as
Screw
safe
You
as
by Lily
feasibly
Allen,
possible.
nice. Back
and
in
then
Black,
also
there you go.
17 minutes
Dragula.
on your family and what a
Get in the capsule and launch so it goes into space in the back of my escape system. All right, anyway.
In, and
Here
we
we
are
go.
off. NASA astronauts
I'm
Butch
sailing away.
Wilmore
Ooh,
and Sunny
sticks.
Williams now
Nice,
en route
nice.
to Cape Canaveral
Poking
Space Force Station's Launch Pad
Garen by
41 with a full security
PSB.
escort.
Yeah, very good.
A beautiful aerial shot there to show you the convoy that will take them to their launch pad.
Rocket, good call.
Now, I remember, Dee, you said that inside there's a TV in there, and of course we wanted to know what the astronauts will be watching while on their ride to their pad, and we found out they'll be watching the Top Gun Maverick movie. I hear you laughing, Nicole, because that is very much the two of them in a way to get them both amped up. As we've mentioned before, both are experienced naval aviators, and we actually have some old school pictures we'd like to show you now. We have a picture of Sunny back in the day.
Magic
And that
Carpet Ride,
particular movie
Steppenwolf, Eruption,
has
good
significance
call.
to her
All
because she
good
said
songs.
when she first got into the Navy, she thought about being a diver, but then she watched the Top Gun, the first Top Gun
Whoa.
movie, and she decided to go to flight school. So she ended up being a helicopter pilot, right, Nicole?
That is awesome. That's a great picture. I have not seen that one before.
CH-46.
Yeah, Sonny was a helicopter pilot and a test pilot, and is still a wonderful pilot today. She actually flies a lot of general aviation as well.
Mm-hmm. And then we have a
Yeah,
picture of Butch, of
little bit
course.
Bandit.
Fun fact, he was actually a real Top Gun pilot. And Dee, you mentioned Chris Ferguson, a retired NASA astronaut. He's on the far right. Talk to us again about him and the fact that he, too, was a Top Gun pilot.
That is correct. You know, he...
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Slick
Go
is
ahead.
Space Launch Complex.
Crew transport convoy is en route to LC-41. Estimated arrival to the roadblock is about L minus, I would say 305.
Get Google Maps out.
Oh, it's them, LC. Awesome. Crew transport convoy is en route to pad. Permit entry into FHA.
Roger.
No, Keith, I can't play that.
So as you hear there,
we'll get DMCA'd
obviously
in 2
comm
seconds.
checks of the crew, you know, letting teams know that the crew is on their way. And yes, Megan, as you mentioned, Chris Ferguson is, you know, and was a former Top Gun pilot. You know, he is obviously a retired NASA astronaut, but he did work for Boeing, as we mentioned. He assisted us greatly with Starliner, helped design the NASA astronaut suits.
295.
He shared many
Nice.
of his stories from his Top Gun days, if you will, and we enjoyed hearing them. So love that they all have that to share.
And as we watch the convoy make their way across Kennedy Space Center here, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control in Houston.
Thanks, Megan. It's great seeing Butch and Sunny on their way to the launch pad. We gave them a good send-off here when they left Houston on April 25th as well. The teams at Johnson Space Center lined the road to Ellington Airfield, holding up good luck signs and even tossing a little confetti as they drove in to board their T-38s for Florida. Things have been going smoothly for the flight control team in Mission Control Houston. The team here took control of Starliner a little less than an hour ago, and they've been working smoothly through a number of the steps in their pre-launch checklist.
It depends.
One of the first things they did after coming on console was a weather briefing.
It's 45 at the intersection, 65 on the straights.
That was a quick conversation, though, as the weather is looking very good for today's launch opportunity.
The team here in Houston is continuing to work through their pre-launch checklist, although right now they're working in more of a monitor mode, keeping the spacecraft stable while Butch and Sunny head to the pad.
James May.
Then the teams at Kennedy Space Center prepared a Starliner for their arrival. So once the crew gets strapped into their seats and the hatches closed, things here will pick back up a little bit as we perform cabin leak checks, monitor
they're going north on Kennedy Boulevard.
Hosting the crew for the first time to space.
You can see that they're going towards the VAB. You can tell it's a VAB because of the way it is. That's pretty neat.
Aircraft pre-launch process has been practiced many times as a fully integrated team, and most recently, just last week, with all of us sitting here in the same seats
Roberts Road should be on
as
the
our
left
final
there.
set of training to prepare for Butch and Sunny's mission today.
And of course, all of this is aiming to get the crewed Starliner to the International Space Station for its crewed flight test. So let's check in again with the destination, the International Space Station. Rob Navius is with the Space Station Flight Control Team, standing by to give us an update. Rob?
Here comes a meat
Thanks,
wagon.
Brandy. Well, Mission Control is buzzing tonight with the White Flight Control Room down the hall, poised to take over Starliner mission operations
That's right, Ivo.
at liftoff of the Atlas V rocket. And in this room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room,
I'm going to go over here.
we're ready to collaborate with our colleagues once Starliner moves into what are called integrated operations around 9:45 p.m. Central Time
Rev, give us the
tomorrow night,
banana for scale.
about 3 hours prior to Starliner's scheduled docking.
Rev, better
Once
give us
new
the banana for
spacecraft
scale.
is docked to the station's Harmony module, there'll be a period of about 2 hours to conduct leak checks on both sides of the Starliner Harmony docking interface before the hatches will swing open, allowing Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to enter
That's
the
right,
station,
Animal.
which has been home for both of them on previous
You
missions.
ate the banana for dinner?
Wilmore and Williams will configure Starliner systems for docked operations. Then
Yeah,
we'll
Ian,
join
for
the
real.
7 Expedition 71 crew members for a typical safety briefing. That will be conducted by Station Commander Ali Kononenko of Roscosmos. The Starliner crew
Oleg.
will transfer equipment to the station from their spacecraft and begin to settle in for their visit. Countdown clocks are ticking backward as we close in on the launch of this test flight. We're ready here in Houston, so let's go back to the Cape and our continuing coverage.
Will the plantain work? Sure. Uh-oh.
Craft designed for crew. If you're curious about the first 5 crewed test flights, here they are.
This is fine.
The first was Mercury Redstone 3, launched May 5th, 1961 with Alan Shepard.
Allard.
The next one was Gemini 3, launched with Gus Grissom and John Young on March 23rd, 1965.
Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11th, 1968.
One of the most successful.
Then you have STS-1 with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, which launched on April 12th, 1981.
And then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2 mission, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020.
Thanks, Notes.
And of course, today you have NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams.
Right, those. Thanks for the raid, buddy.
And as you pass by there, that's actually near C3PF, where we refurbish and assemble the Starliner.
Yeah, that's over there. That's Operation Support Building 1. Those are OPF 1 and 2, now used by the X-37 program. C3PF is Commercial Crew Processing Facility. The VAB, some people standing by this camera's from the press site, which is next to Operations and Support Building 2. Press site's over there on the right. Crawlaway's right there.
System rocket and Orion spacecraft will be assembled in that vehicle assembly building. Let's check out what's already in work for NASA's return to the moon.
VABF snacks, all plenty.
Engineers inside the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at Kennedy Space Center lowered the Orion spacecraft into a vacuum altitude chamber with the help of a 30-ton crane. The chamber simulates deep space to test for any electromagnetic energy that could damage Orion as it travels away from Earth. Meanwhile, the Artemis II crew completed an underway recovery test at sea. This exercise...
Wasn't that Plumbrook? That's not... They don't have a vacuum chamber at Armstrong.
Pacific Ocean of California. Navy divers and boats approached a mock-up Orion capsule and helped the astronauts into helicopters, which then flew them to a nearby naval ship.
They do. It's from Apollo
during the mission.
Cool. Good to know.
Back at Kennedy and high above Launch Pad 39B, this 360-degree video takes you for a ride inside one of the Artemis emergency egress baskets. In the event of an emergency at the launch pad, astronauts and workers use this quick exit to get to safety. That's a look at your Artemis moon
cannot. Artemis, not Artemis. Atlas is an expendable vehicle.
Away from launch. So let's check back in with Daryl Nail over at Hangar AE.
Well, thank you very
nice,
much,
Nardo.
T. And as we
92
follow
Astro,
the
man.
convoy to the pad here, you can see the shadows on the vehicles are getting long. That's because sunset is just about 30 minutes away, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Plumba got renamed. Yeah, so did the Sears Tower, Dorfman, but
for weather are simply
it's the Sears
fantastic.
Tower.
It's 79
you know
degrees outside, humidity about 70%.
Reject modernity, embrace tradition.
Very comfortable, and any storms that have been caused by sea breeze, convection over the center of the state are being kept away by some nice 12 to 14 knot winds, according to the launch weather officer, just keeping those storms at bay off in central Florida. So as the team goes out there, the crew's getting a beautiful sunset, a beautiful Florida sunset.
Pigeon,
go out.
The armored vehicle is NASA's SWAT teams.
Also want to mention that
you don't need people veering off to the pad
manager has set the triage
for multiple reasons. So yeah, security is pretty tight around the Cape.
Has for today, specifically the winds, those 12 to 18 knot winds forecasted at T0. That
I did, Pace. It was pretty funny.
Where they can put the triage should there be an emergency at the pad and they needed to get crews out of there. They want to make sure that both the emergency personnel and the astronauts are safe.
I got Jez, Dick, and Jim commentating in my YouTube chat. Hello and welcome to Top
flying right by, and this is a shot as they continue to drive out towards
there you go,
Space
Dick.
Launch Complex 41 here, and
they're going to go past 39A Jackson.
Back to Macon.
Keep driving south.
All right, and as Butch and Sonny are almost at the launch pad, let's check back in with Lauren and Dylan as they monitor the countdown.
Hey, Megan. As the crew has been making their way across Kennedy Space Center and over to the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station side, Space Force.
Hey, Ian, it's really funny to me. It looks like they might be laying down new rocks for part of the crawlerway that goes to 39A. That's curious. Oh, geez, it looks like there's a bunch of new rocks in there. Gee, why would they be doing that? That's weird.
We also referred to them as the blue team. So if you hear us say blue team, that's who we're talking
That's strange.
about. It's made up of 5 people.
Why would they
Boeing
be doing
and 3
that?
people from ULA. As the pad
peculiar.
team is working up in the top of the crew access tower, one of the pad team members is
Dink.
also going to be making their way down to escort the crew up.
Yeah, they're going to take a right
there
here,
to the pad.
right
you can see
before the
there
entrance to
on
the BDA.
left of your screen, that is what we call the white room. So we have 2 pad team members
With black
working away in the white
curtains.
room. And then on the back of that shot is, of course, the hatch that goes into Starliner. So that's where we will see Butch and Sunny making their way into here shortly. We're also about to see a pretty exciting moment. As soon as they arrive to the pad, they are going to be able to get a last-second look.
That's the
at their
BDA
rocket.
perimeter
They
for 39A right there. That's what that fence
first
is on
pull
the
over
left.
to the side of the rocket.
They're going
and
to
be
take a
able to
left,
look up at it,
then they're going to take a right,
see it in
and they're
all
going
of
to take
its
another
glory
left.
before they take off this evening. And they've done this 3 times before.
Because rails
This
are
will be their 3rd time.
stupid,
They've, of course, gone to space in the shuttle and as well as the Soyuz. So
There's
they
your right.
know how to go through these motions, but it's a little bit different and a little bit special each time. We have heard
Then back to the
Sunny
left.
and Butch talk a lot about this spacecraft and how much they love it for its agility.
Over the bridge.
Butch, if you've heard him in some of the recent press conferences, has even joked a little bit about how he feels so lucky to be in this
Back
spacecraft and
into
how
the
nimble
left.
it is, because he says he could really do
And now
barrel
they'll get
rolls
to
around the
a
ISS.
junction, and they'll take a right.
Go ahead.
Of course.
Yes, sir. Per step 150, 26 personnel 26 entering FHA at this time.
Roger.
Oh, look at that nice radius corner. That's nice.
Of course, he would not be doing barrel rolls around the ISS, but he just likes to use that as an example of just how nimble this spacecraft is.
There's the
Sunny also
roadblock.
tells us that it is a test pilot's dream to be on this flight. She says she feels like she won the golden ticket. So it's pretty special for our teams to hear things like that. They have both been thoroughly involved with the development of Starliner, making changes along the way. They say that their fingerprints are really all over every procedure, every part of Starliner, even their spacesuits. They have been
Should be
that
taking a
involved
right here
in the makeup of
soon.
everything. Of course, it is their goal
And they'll
to
enter
put
the
Starliner
perimeter
through
for
the ringer
41.
during this test flight and to prepare it for their friends who will take.
What music do I think they're jamming out to, Mock? They said they were watching the dogfighting scenes from Top Gun Maverick. So that's pretty cool. Hey, Wildland, 91 months. Thank you. Yep. They're going to come down here. You can actually see the rocket right there on the right. That's the vehicle or vertical integration facility right there. That's where they build Atlas 5s. They stack them, and then they roll them to Slick 41 right there. You can see the crew access tower with the rocket there and the 4 lightning towers around the pad, because having your rocket get struck by lightning is probably not a good thing. What you saw back there, that triangle in the road, was an emergency evacuation spot and an emergency helicopter pad in case something goes wrong.
Roger.
And Lauren, as I was saying, that EDS system autonomously monitors
Where
the
the
health
gators?
of
It's
all the launch
nighttime. They're
vehicle
sleeping.
systems during flight. If the EDS system detects an impending anomaly, it can trigger an abort faster than any human could possibly do. But the astronauts also have the capability to trigger a manual abort from inside the capsule. Along with that EDS system, we also have a dedicated ascent flight control team on console at our headquarters in Denver. During
And
this,
LC, this is
any
Slick.
human...
They're exiting the white room to grab the radio now.
Okay,
Roger,
here we
copy.
go.
Yeah, during any human spaceflight mission, this team is monitoring the health and performance of the rocket during ascent to space. The engineers will provide a real-time status and collaborate directly with NASA's flight director and mission control in Houston. When you hear the call sign Atlas, that's our ascent lead, and he'll be providing real-time telemetry data from the rocket and provide continued situational awareness. So for now, the rocket remains ready. We're just waiting on the opening of today's launch window and our astronauts.
Okay.
All the activity out at the pad is actually up on that crew access tower right now. As you mentioned, there are 3 ULA team members on the blue team, and they're there to manage all aspects of the crew access tower systems.
So on the other side of this parking
they
lot is
perform
the
initial
entrance to the
safety
pad
checks of
perimeter.
the tower and the white room prior to the Boeing team's arrival at the pad. Once the crew is loaded and
Convoy has arrived at the pad gate.
Roger.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
Crew transport vehicle has entered the pad.
Roger. Crew is clear to proceed to level 12.
Roger.
Okay, we're hearing now that the crew has pulled into the pad fence line, as you can see, and they've been given clearance to go all the way up to level 12 on the Cat.
Should take a big right.
All right,
here.
as Butch and Sunny make their way up to the rocket, and we are going to see a very historic moment here. We're going to pitch it back over to Megan and Dee and Nicole. Ladies.
Thank you, Lauren and Dylan. Yeah, we just saw the Astrovan get onto the pad there. The rest of the security escort stayed behind, right, Nicole?
Yes, they stay behind, and it's just the Astrovan that goes up there to the launch
-3
pad.
hours.
So the first thing that they're going to do when they get to the pad is take a dump. You're going to be in the spacecraft for a little while. Best to get it done now. Yes, there are ways to go on the spacecraft. Vacuum cleaner. Okay, cool. Now that we cleared that up, just like they're about to clear some stuff up, now we don't need to talk about it anymore. All right? Yeah, cool.
To look at the rocket.
So Butch and Sunny walking ahead there.
It's true.
They're going to take a look at the rocket.
Nothing I said was fault. Why are you booing me? I'm
on
right.
The upper right-hand part of your
The more
screen,
you
kind
know.
of behind the building that's there. You see the A. That is the structure there that's holding
What did
the
you
rocket
say,
up.
weather guy?
Again, a really wonderful moment for the two of them to take this all in.
Oops.
You know, and it's amazing. You do it. It feels like 100 times in training, and maybe there's a rocket there, maybe it's not. But the day you look up and you see your spacecraft on top of that rocket, and you know you're about to climb on board, it feels very different.
And this shot, it shows how massive this rocket is. It really shows the scale of just what they're about to do.
How did you feel, Nicole, when you took a look at your rocket before getting on it?
I was amazed. As you know, as Dee mentions, amazed just how massive it is. And it's just incredible to think that we as humans can come together and build something so incredible, launch humans into space, and to do it safely.
And again, this must be emotional for
I'll change the
Mike
title
Fink
anyway.
as well, because right after this flight, and once Starliner is certified for those continued flights to the International Space Station, it'll be his turn.
Yeah, he and Scott Tingle will be headed up on Starliner 1, hopefully not too soon.
And so the three of them now back in the Astrovan driving around to the elevator that will take them up the crew access tower, specifically to level 12, and that is where they will get into the Starliner spacecraft.
And this is where Mike will leave them, as we talked about. He's doing kind of all the last checks to support.
What was the stop about? The stop was so they could get out and look at the thing.
Need to take into the spacecraft that they're not currently wearing.
Vehicle has arrived at the base of the Cat.
Roger.
And you got to put jam
So they'll
nuts
have
on
their
there. Make sure it
checklist,
doesn't
their
come
ascent
undone.
entry checklist, their chippas, of course, which are their headsets, their gloves, and then maybe a Sharpie or a pen. The crew kind of can decide what particular things that they want to have with them in their helmet bag.
And so probably that handoff is happening off camera
Yes,
now. Again, Fink handing off helmet bags.
LC locks 2.
Go ahead.
For your awareness, we've just had a quick instance of some topping oscillations, and I've manned my system into a stop flow.
Vagabond, the Dulles, the Air and Space Museum at Dulles is hallowed ground. Been there many times. It's awesome.
Reinitiate.
We'll go.
And you can see it looked like the blue team was actually carrying their helmet bags.
Elapsed
and,
times on the monitor
Flight
right
crew
there.
has entered the Cat elevator.
Roger.
They're escorting their Butch and Sunny onto the elevator.
All right. And
What's up,
as they
AP?
close the elevator door, we will see them
LC,
reappear
Blue team
on level 12.
Go ahead, Blue Team Lead.
In conjunction with the topping oscillations that were reported, we're getting a unusual audible associated with that.
Hold on.
Roger. Locks 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. Is there any expected venting up in that area?
Roger, LC, we're starting to see the oscillations at the top of the OLED space dampen out little by little. We're going to observe it for a little bit longer here, but at this time we don't see any issues with the tank health this time.
Something with lots
Roger.
topping.
Suspecting maybe just a different sound coming out of the Centaur vent valve.
And you can hear that communication there from
That's affirmative, LC.
Roger.
United Launch Alliance. They're, of course, monitoring all the instrumentation.
Blue Team Lead, LC.
Go ahead, sir.
Roger. Appreciate the comment. Just advised if anything significant changes.
This is inside of the White Room.
They're monitoring the
Somebody asked what the signs were on the elevator. FOD critical area. Basically, wear hairnets, wear masks. You don't need to get you don't want to get the astronauts sick. Having a head cold in space is not ideal. They learned that NASA learned that the hard way during Apollo 7. Yeah, not a good idea. Second part of that, you don't want anything inside of the spacecraft that shouldn't be in there. So that's once again, that's why everybody has hairnets on, everybody has suits on, just to make sure. This is the blue team here. They're up at the pad right now. This is level 12. And here you can see, you can tell it's level 12 because of the way it is.
So what's happening now is Butch is going to the bathroom. Very important.
Yeah,
it's his final opportunity
museum.
to go to
One
the
of the best in
bathroom
the
before
country.
launch, right, Nicole?
Yeah, and believe it or not, that is at a very important moment. You want to take that time there. And it also gives, your other crew member a chance there, like Sunny is, to look out the top of the launch tower, which is just an incredible view. You can see the wind.
I think there's, Airborne, I agree. I think there's something very Spartan about Starliner's suits, the crew access tower. It's much more in keeping, I guess, with, space flight aesthetic. It's very Spartan, very functional. Doesn't really look crazy. Like, compare that to SpaceX, right, who has the jet bridge. I like it, man. It's two sides of the same coin. It's great. It's having your cake and eat it, too. It's fantastic.
It's headed out to the White Room, so once they're complete with their restroom breaks, then they will head down
window
to the access arm.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle is clearing the pad. Roger.
Some of the Velcro came off.
And here they go. Butch and Sunny walking across the crew access arm
Into the White
to
Room.
Starliner, their ride to space.
So this is a sterile environment here, once again, to make sure that no crap gets inside of the spacecraft. That's the really plain English way of saying it. The nerd way of saying it is a FOD critical area, foreign object debris critical area. It's sterile in here, like a surgeon's table almost.
Sharpie in his hand.
Here we go.
And
Signing
he's
the crew
actually
access arm.
signing a mission patch that they have put in the White Room.
It may seem like we do a lot of signing and a lot of patches, but it's important.
It's got positive pressure inside of it, Vagabond. If you notice all the HVAC equipment in here,
team that support, so you can see all the
they're constantly
Boeing
blowing air into it, so
White
there's a
Room.
draft out the doors. Make sure no dust gets blown in or bugs or whatever.
Years, and they are going to do all the final checks and get them in the spacecraft. Really, Sunny and Butch put their lives and making sure that they're ready to go in their hands. So you can see them gathering there for some words prior to getting in the spacecraft.
Some
I love seeing this moment again.
words.
Another opportunity for them to get together, possibly a prayer. We know that
Most
Butch
crew access
is
arms
a
are
man
unique
of
to the
faith.
vehicle, Rob.
Room here. We're almost at the end of our 5-minute timer for restarting flow with the oscillations. Recommendation from IFS is to resume flow and then immediately initiate a rechill.
Take the patches. It's a tradition. You take the patches of the team that put you in the capsule for good luck.
You can see it looks like the Butch there is taking the patches from the crew that are helping them get suited up there in the White Room, and he'll fly those patches to space and then return them to the crew members when he returns safely.
And simultaneously also happening, you'll see the pad team members with different bags, and that's basically them making sure that Butch and Sunny have everything they need before they get into the Starliner spacecraft.
Yes, you can't check too much, so you will double and triple check, and you'll have your buddy check you out as well. You want to make sure that you have everything situated just perfectly. You can see Butch there; he's hooking up the comm cord from his chippa to his spacesuit.
There we go.
And what we'll see is Butch going through the ingress process first, and then Sunny will observe from the outside here, and then it'll be her turn to go inside.
Yes, and there's a lot. You can see that the Boeing folks have suits on, have hairnets on, have gloves on, have masks on. The White Room is a clean room. It's environmentally controlled. We want to make sure that the environment inside the spacecraft has the proper humidity, that there's no contamination, and we are, it's very important that there's no dust, hairs, rocks, anything, any type of FOD that could get into the spacecraft or into the hatch.
Guys, these Starliner blue suits are based off of the shuttle orange suits, which are based off of SR-71 suits, if you really want to know. So, this suit doesn't feel well designed at all? Or, all right. SR-71 and shuttle pilots would beg to differ with you.
on them, go into space with them. So make sure they take them off. So you see that white pad on the floor there, Nicole? That's like a tacky mat is what they call it.
Yeah, the little sticky mat, and so if there's any debris on your shoes or your boots as you go in, that will get removed and stay on the sticky mat.
They do, Happy.
You can see that they're helping Butch put on his wrist. He's got a wrist mirror as well as a wrist light.
I like these suits. I think they're pretty rad.
That they helped put on. He also has
it's a one-piece
watch,
suit.
and
sweet.
he has a cover that's on his watch. You can see that wrist
mirror
there
about
on
losing
his
your helmet.
right forearm.
It's
And what do they need a light and a mirror on their forehead? Why do they need those things?
Well, really, that mirror, remember, we saw how during that leak check how Butch lowered his helmet and then zipped his helmet all the way around. So you can't by yourself see where confirm that helmet is fully zipped unless you have a mirror or your buddy can look at it and see it for you. So it's really for safety of flight, and if you needed to, of course, when you're strapped in, you may have limited visibility. Of course, if you're pressurized or something, that's even exacerbated. So that mirror allows you to gain more views
There's the
of the
forward
spacecraft
hatch on
and to check
Starliner.
that your helmet is properly zipped.
Right there. Like I said, a much more Spartan interior
And
here.
now we are inside the Starliner spacecraft. And as Butch gets settled into his seat, let's toss it over to Lauren and Dylan inside with the launch team to walk us through what else will happen before Sunny gets in.
Go ahead.
This time, flow's been reinitiated and a rechill has been issued.
Roger.
Megan, thank you. We are taking a new view now. This
And
is
blue
from,
team lead, LC.
Like I said, much more Spartan. I dig it, dude. It's old school. I
This
like
is from one of the 4 different views we have inside Starliner from our Mustang camera system. And this shot here, of course, is up close on our commander, Butch Wilmore, as he gets settled into the seat here. This is the commander's seat, so
what is Spartan? Very utilitarian.
There, sort of crawl
very
across some of the other seats to slide
It's
all the way
not a
over.
lot of
Part of
flash.
the reason why he goes in first is because he is the farthest to crawl across there.
This
so
is NASA's
2 different pad
coverage,
team members helping to get him settled in. He will sort of do a little bit of a shimmy to get
what needs to be there needs to be there.
into the seat and comfortable as they start to strap him up. And you can see them working across his belt there, as well as some of the straps on his legs. We're also seeing Sunny walk down back toward the white room now.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 160.24. Personnel have exited FHA roadblock.
Roger.
Okay.
All right, and back inside Starliner. Again, we have these 2 pad team members who are helping Butch get settled in.
Well, Spartan comes from the etymology. It comes from Greek soldiers, the Spartans from times of antiquity. Spartans were very utilitarian. It was just a shield and a spear, and that's it. Shield, a spear, and a helmet, and kind of roll from there. Haven't you guys ever watched 300? Jeez.
And they say that every little change that they make, they want their friends, the other astronauts who will fly Starliner in the future, to look back and thank them for making this the most comfortable and pleasant ride to space for them. Now, right in front of Butch there is the Starliner console. It is a display with a mix of screens and switches and knobs. It also has 2 hand controllers, so he'll have one down to his right as well as a one on his left. And that console has really been simplified from
blue team lead, LC on 1.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Roger. Just for your essay, we are executing another center locks rechill.
Is that an egg timer?
Yes, sir. We did notice that. I
Checklists.
apologize for being off net briefly. I had to do a crew assist. The audible that I had reported earlier concerning the chattering sound.
Miff, sometimes I feel like I'd say I have to go to the bathroom, and chat would say, no, you don't. Sometimes.
As I was saying, the console there has really been simplified for maximum efficiency from some of the previous spacecraft that they've both been on.
Not me personally, but
the
a guy I
shuttle
know.
had thousands of switches and indicators, but Starliner has about 85. And Butch and Sunny have told us that they really like to be able to get their hands on those switches and the hand controllers. Of course, they're both test pilots at heart, and aviation is in their blood, and so they like to be able to get their hands on it. They will be doing some manual flying about 1 hour after they are
roll.
in a safe orbit. So about an hour and a half after launch, not too far from now, they will be grabbing those hand controllers and flying Starliner. Of course, it was built to be completely autonomous, and future missions we don't expect them to ever need to take their hands onto the console, but this is a test flight, and so we are going to test out all of the capabilities of Starliner.
Yeah.
The other seats that are in Starliner today, the third and fourth seat, are filled with cargo. The fifth seat has a flat plate on it. So Sunny will sit right next to Butch, and we saw them give us a little demonstration in a press conference recently. They sat down next to each other to kind of show us how they sit in this spacecraft, and they said it was quite roomy. They had elbow room, and they could move around. They gave us another example of what they've been like in previous flights where they've been a little bit tighter, so they were happy to have the extra space here. This process takes about 15 to 20 minutes to get Butch completely ingressed. But Dylan, our teams have really been working for the last few days leading up to this launch. It didn't just start in the last few hours, right?
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. So we actually rolled the rocket out to the launch pad on Saturday. And once the rocket was rolled out, we made those connections, like I said before, to all the pad utilities. So the propellant storage farms, pad power systems, the environmental control systems. And once all that was done, then we loaded the RP-1 rocket fuel onto the Atlas first stage. RP-1 is not cryogenic on Atlas V, so we were able to load that early prior to launch day. So we did that on Saturday afternoon, and with all that work complete, we wrapped up our activities on Saturday in preparation for our launch opportunity today. So this morning we came in at 11:15, powered up the launch vehicle, started doing all of our avionics checks and all those final configurations.
Matt, this one's going to the ISS.
Double checking the configuration of the pad. With all that complete, we went ahead and loaded all the cryogenic propellants on board Atlas and Centaur.
And we are seeing Sunny make a phone call right now. I think we might be able to actually see who's on the other end of that call.
LCSY on one.
Go ahead, SYS.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
So there on the left side of the screen, we are taking a look into the BMCC. And there's a bit of a surprise happening right now. Sunny is making her phone call to a man named Bill Barr. He is a Boeing employee working there in the Boeing Mission Control Center.
That's not that guy.
And he is the responsible engineer for the ECLSS system, which stands for Environmental Control and Life Support System. Now, obviously, that's a very important system for flights with human on board.
It's pretty awesome, goalie. I'm pretty hype on this.
Just trying to see if we could see any of the reaction in the room, but I'm sure this is quite the honor and surprise for Bill.
Calling Bill Burr? Oh, God. Why would you want to call him right now?
Bill is a lifetime career Boeing employee. He started with one of Boeing's heritage companies, McDonnell Douglas, in the Skylab program. His teammates told us he is one of the greatest mentors anyone could ask for. Just a great teacher, knowledgeable, kind, and incredibly patient. Couldn't hear anything better from your teammates.
Edit one is on listen to.
And we're going to start hearing some comm checks here as Butch gets connected.
And LOX 2, LC.
Go ahead, LC.
Roger, do you have a status update?
At this point, we're back into stable topping replenish. Still monitoring our delta P measurements in the tank, but things are looking more favorable. We'll inform you if we start seeing oscillations again.
Roger.
They saw some oscillations in the Centaur
Houston,
topping
CDR,
system.
Starliner, from Starliner, cop check on Interground 1.
Okay.
Starliner, it's Houston, loud and clear, Interground 1 for the CDR.
No, goalie. No. Never been like this before.
All right. Good comms check there.
Your phone's going off.
Those comms are connected through the umbilical on his torso.
And
We
Houston,
mentioned that when
Starliner,
they
we're
were
ready
in the
to
suit up.
power suit and Bravo.
Their bathrooms are actually up on the crew access tower.
Round 1, we copy, ready for Bravo on the Eclipse control power panel. You can take suit fan Bravo to ON.
Suit fan Bravo's coming on.
That's
All
not my
right,
phone,
so
Jonathan.
you just heard that call there. They are turning the suit fan on. And it looks like they're actually a little bit ahead of schedule here. This is something we were expecting to happen in about 7 minutes. So running pretty efficient today, and they will be, doing their best to see how quickly they can get this done, because of course we'll have 4 or more astronauts on future missions. When they have the suit fan on, that system routes air from the cabin back into the suit.
This
So
mission
that's
is
what they're testing out right
only
now.
has 2, I think. Anybody that's wearing blue is going to space. Anybody that has gray is
You can see Butch has
ground crew.
some paper procedures in his lap. He will use paper procedures until they get up into orbit. And then once they get up there, they will have tablets they pull out with the rest of their procedures. They also have procedures strategically placed in a few other positions. They have a knee board with procedures, as well as they have a pretty cool arm strap that sort of looks like what a quarterback for a pro football team would wear, if you've ever seen that. It has a laminated flap on it, and they can put procedures in there so they can just look down at their arm.
I'll be honest with you. This is a very unpopular opinion. I know. I can see it coming. I like paper. I like paper. Yeah. Unhackable. Can't hack a piece of paper. You can hack up a piece of paper. But I like paper. Something about writing stuff down gets stuff to stick in your head.
The spacecraft is about 15 feet across inside, so quite spacious. They like to compare it to about a mid-size SUV.
Gonna have one of those pens that can write in space. What, like this one?
One of the tests
Sell
that
me
will be
this pen.
happening once they get up to the space station is called the Safe Haven test, and it's one of our flight test objectives. And they will actually pull in a couple of the astronauts who are already on the space station into Starliner with them, and go through some procedures to be able to prove that Starliner could actually provide them sort of a lifeboat if they ever needed it, if there was a problem on the ISS. So we'll get a chance to see probably about 4 astronauts in there.
How long
during
did you
that
say the
time.
fuse was? Do you expect any rocket shots after stage separation? I hope so. Oh, grow up, 007.
These seats that they're in
it's
are
not
built to
down yet.
accommodate a range of heights as small as 4'11" all the way up to 6'4". So if you had any preconceived notions about what size you have to be an astronaut, not in this case. We will be able to fit all sizes. Sunny talks a lot about that too in the suit fits that they've done, that they've been able to, the suit checks that they've done, they've been able to make sure that they can
It can
accommodate
hold up
all
to 4.
sizes.
Envelope.
Houston Starliner, we are ready to perform synchro sleep check.
Starliner Houston, we copy, ready for suit gross leak check. CDR, we're ready.
All right, so that call there for the suit gross leak check, that is to check for any leaks in Butch's spacesuit.
They do.
Now, the word gross is used in this situation to mean any significant or easily detectable leak that could compromise the integrity of the suit. It sounds a little funny, but it is
No
a
swivel
word
seats
that
here.
we're very used to in space flight. they'll be able to tell pretty quickly if there was a leak in the space suit. Once they inflate it, those pad team members will push on their arms and make sure that there's no air coming out.
Why not 5 astronauts in the future? Yeah. Why not 5? Well, because it was designed for 4. The reason why is NASA wanted 4-man crews, men and women crews, to the ISS, 4-person crew rotations. So both Dragon and Starliner are both designed to hold 4 crew. And since NASA was the one that paid for these, they have 4 seats. They're paying for it. They ponied up for it. So they ponied up for 4 seats. They got 4 seats.
But I was really surprised at just how flexible they were.
Nice, T-Man.
Starting to get darker over Space Launch
Successful
Complex 41.
leak check on CDR.
I thought Dragon could hold up to 7.
You
Yeah.
can do the gross suit leak check on the CDR, thanks.
Yeah, it could. Just because you
Good
could
gross
doesn't mean you should.
Leak check. Good news there. You know, Butch is a former flight test instructor at Edwards Air Force Base. He has a Master of Science in Aviation Systems. So let's listen to a little bit more on this retired U.S. Navy captain and CFT commander, Butch Wilmore.
A large part of the desire within us is to do things that are of benefit to others. In this job, we get to do things that are of benefit truly for all mankind as we explore the heavens that not many people get to experience, true, but we don't go just to get the experience. It's about the team and it's about the benefit that it brings. My name is Butch Wilmore, and I am the commander for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test mission to the International Space Station. Life in Tennessee, God's country, that's where I grew up. Very fortunate, had loving parents, took us to church. When I was young, 7 years old, I believe, they bought a little land out in the country, 6 acres or so. We had horses and cows, and I raised chickens and ducks, and just enjoyed life in the country.
That's a dream,
I went to Tennessee
baby.
Tech, started working on an electrical engineering degree, and played football, which was a very difficult combination, I learned, because they're both full-time jobs. So it was a lot of effort over those years, but it molded me and it helped instill the work ethic my parents had instilled in me when I was younger. I entered the Navy and was fortunate to fly the A-7E. It's a single-seat attack aircraft, and I flew that for a couple of deployments. And then I transitioned to the F-18 Hornet, and through that process, was selected in the test pilot program. You learn a lot about yourself as you go through test pilot school, where you're lacking in certain capabilities that are necessary to do a test pilot type of job.
dude.
When it comes to flight tests, the minute details matter. When we're doing our runs, hey, well, let's run it this way. Let's do it that way. Let's add this in. Let's take that out. And let's look at it in that regime so we can see how the spacecraft responds. And that's what you do with aircraft, that's what you do with spacecraft, and that's what this test is all about. This crew flight test is a series of these various tests to ensure that the operational requirements and the design meets those requirements. And I think everybody that does flight tests would agree. Focus, understanding, and also the team coming together to give you the overall understanding of the test and the capabilities of the spacecraft or aircraft that you're testing is vital. Sitting in this seat over here in the Starliner Sim and doing the things we've done and learning about the spacecraft, developing a lot of the capabilities of the spacecraft, it's very humbling when you see and you interact with some of these professionals, and our human spaceflight and our nation has a debt of gratitude to them. Every single training evolution we have
One
is brand
step
new.
at a time, Mike.
We're the first to do it. Whether it is checking the survival equipment in the pool with a mock-up of the spacecraft and how you egress, get out of the spacecraft, whether it's the side hatch or the upper hatch, while the seas are rough and all those type of things. There's a thought of how things should be, but then there's the reality of how things need to be. And that's what this test is all. Everything we do is test. It's been a process over years that is such a benefit in all aspects of the capabilities of this spacecraft. And we're excited to be a part of it.
There's a Top Gun guy, if they
We are
heard what they were
excited to be a
saying
part of it as well.
before. Top Gun
As
dude.
they are
Either that or his
starting
Air
to
Force
finish
test pilot.
up
I think
with
Sonny's
Butch,
Air Force
one of
test
the
pilot.
things that was really important to him was to take the name tags of every single one of the pad team members up to speed.
One of those pictures of Barry Wilmore had a MiG-29 in the back, which means when he was it was either Air Force test pilot or Top Gun, he was flying Op-4. He's flying MiGs at Top Gun. That's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. You know, I made my bed today. Just saying.
Background.
Well, Lauren, that's right. So there's a couple of things going on down in the control room.
That means he was Jester.
As there has been some conversation on the net that folks have heard, the propulsion team is actually active, kind of maintaining the propellant levels in the cryogenic propellant tanks, and that'll continue right up until we enter the terminal count. Our avionics testing is all complete for the day, so it's relatively quiet on avionics row at the moment. The launch conductor and his team are going to be listening very closely to all the activities on the pad, and we've heard some of that communication between LC and the blue team lead as they report back and forth on the activities that are up on the crew access tower right now. And as part of that, the ULA and the range safety team are also monitoring all of the activities as well with a keen eye on safety. So the team is staying busy downstairs, and but for the most part, you know, from a rocket processing perspective, the rocket's fully fueled and ready to go. So we'll just be waiting on loading
thanks for the sub, buddy.
Our crew today, and then once the Starliner is all closed out, our team will pick back up with those final preparations for launch. But
a lot of firsts
for now, for the most part, the ULA team is kind of just in a monitor mode, just maintaining readiness for our instantaneous window today.
And for anyone who may be just joining us, I just wanted to let you all know at home, we are wearing headsets and listening to a lot of the chatter that's going on in the background. So you are hearing some of the public communications that are going across the loops, but we're also hearing some other things through our headsets. So it's our job to listen to those things and be able to translate them to you as they happen. So again, we are watching Commander Butch Wilmore get ingressed or entered into Starliner, and we are watching the pad team go through some of those procedures. One of the things I really wanted to mention about the seats is, you know, some people might not realize that they're actually sort of laying on their back in this position, and Sunny tells a story about it, that, you know, they were both on shuttle, and shuttle landed with them sitting in sort of like a chair, like you would sit in a chair, and that, you know, they studied the impacts over the years, and that it actually is safer and more comfortable to land on your back. So that's why they're in this position. Of course, once they get up into space, it won't make a difference, of course, but they are on their backs right now. So it looks like we are starting to see Sunny make her way into Starliner. So to walk you through her procedures, we will send it back to Megan, Dee, and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Lauren and Dylan. So as she said, we now see Sunny inside Starliner. She is to Butch's right. So Butch is closest to us on screen here, and then to his right is Sunny getting into the pilot seat. And Nicole, she's actually getting in a lot earlier than we were expecting. Actually, the pad team has until an hour and 55 minutes before launch to finish ingressing both crew members. And look where we are. Sunny getting into her seat 2 hours 27 minutes before launch, and crew ingress usually for each person takes 15 to 20 minutes. So really, all the math that I just said means they're ahead.
Yes, and that is all goodness. You know, as I mentioned in the suit room, we do have some pad to the numbers just in case you need to troubleshoot something. So say, for example, as Sunny's going to put get strapped into the spacecraft, if one of the buckles breaks or if something is twisted and we need some extra time, since it's an instantaneous launch window, the last thing you want is something silly like that, something that we can fix, have the launch be scrubbed. So we do have this time built in for troubleshooting, and if everything goes smoothly like it is so far, then you'll see the crew ahead of schedule. This is also a great point to this being a first developmental test flight. This is the first time we're running through these procedures in a real spacecraft on a real launch day. So
what does instantaneous launch window mean? There's only, so the ISS only flies over Florida at certain times. This is the very short, very simple way, fellas. I know about orbital mechanics. It's a little more complicated than this, but Long story short, dude, the ISS only flies over Florida at certain times during the day. That's why there's a 10:30 launch time, and that's why the window is instantaneous. The ISS, if you look at here's a little bit more complicated version of what I just explained. If you kind of look at Earth upright, sphere, right? You have the equator in the center, okay? If you look at the International Space Station's orbit, it's tilted. If you were to make an angle to the International Space Station's orbit relative to the equator, it would be about 51 degrees, 51.6 for the really technical people out there. I know you're out there, right? 51.6 degrees inclined, okay? So because of that, because the ISS is going like this and the Earth is spinning this way, there are only certain times where its orbital track crosses over the coast of Florida. Now, why is that a big deal? Well, can you launch into a 51.6 degree orbit from the Cape? Yeah. Could you do that at any time? Yes, absolutely. But if you did, you might launch into a 50, like if the ISS orbit is like this, right? And you launch at a different time, your orbit could be like this. It could be shifted, all right? You would have what's called a different argument of perigee or different longitude of ascending node, right? So APE and LAN, those are one of 6 variables that define orbits around celestial bodies. The other one is, the other ones are semi-major axis, SMA, you have inclination, eccentricity, argument of perigee, longitude of ascending node, and time of perigee passage. That's it. That's the last one. So, once again, the ISS only flies over Florida because of this tilted orbit every once in a while. And it's going 17,500 miles an hour. There's only a certain point where the rocket will have enough fuel to get to it. Because remember, like I said, if the ISS orbit is tilted this way and you launch into the same exact orbit, but it's tilted in a different direction, well, trying to take a left-hand turn up in space going 17,500 miles an hour, it takes a lot of fuel. You want to ideally launch into the exact same orbit as the ISS. And to do that, you have to have a very, very, very precise track. The whales, I guess. I never thought I'd see the day where I'm actually trying to explain something that has to do with space and NASA's talking about whales.
Really do go together because space gives us a very unique vantage point of our oceans. So this particular narwhal toy that you saw Sunny holding in that picture coincidentally was named Calypso, which happens to be the name of today's Starliner spacecraft, which Sunny named in 2019. And she named it Calypso to pay homage to the explorer Jacques Cousteau. He sailed his ship named Calypso all over the world to teach people about the ocean. You see Mr. Cousteau right there. Now, Sunny believes Starliner will do the same for space, again, teaching people about space. And remember, Sunny wasn't supposed to fly on the spacecraft. She was initially assigned as the commander of Starliner 1, the first post-certification mission, as we've been mentioning. But she was later reassigned to CFT and feels it's an honor to fly on the spacecraft she named. So really, the stars all aligned for
down
her
to the second.
to be
Has to
on
be
this
right.
flight test today.
Spacecraft's got to have enough fuel to get up there,
I think
man.
that's very special. I remember we were there all for the OFT landing when Butch revealed, or when Sunny revealed the name Calypso.
Yep, back in 2019.
We streamed that live when she named it.
So look out for that zero gravity indicator. She had it in one of the bags that they're putting onto her. And so at some point when she's settled into her seat there, she will take it out.
It's all about
and
timing.
And then one of the pad team members will tether that indicator somewhere.
So another good way to think about it, dude, the ISS. All right, so let's talk about like here, let me check something. So the ISS is going, its orbital velocity is right around 7,600 meters a second, okay? That's 17,500 miles an hour, okay? Or 7.6 kilometers a second, right? Let me put it to you like this. A rifle cartridge goes 762 meters a second. A rifle cartridge, okay? So why do I bring that up? The ISS is going way faster than that. And the reason why this is down to the minute is because it would be like shooting off a rifle and then intercepting another bullet in midair. It's a very precise timing, right? That's why the window is instantaneous. All right. Now, is every mission like this? Well, no, not really. It really depends on where you're going. But the thing about human spaceflight, and this is one of the challenges, is that, you're putting a satellite into a regular orbit, or just this, if you were putting a satellite into a similar orbit, heck, SpaceX put Starlink satellite, 23 Starlink satellites this afternoon into a very similar orbit, right? With a different argument of perigee, but a very similar orbit, 54 degrees inclined, instead of 51 like the ISS, right? And that seemed to just, all right, go off without a hitch. You can launch that. That launch got delayed a little bit. You launch it whenever you want, right? The reason why is because satellites tend to be a little bit simpler than a spacecraft with people on board. With people on board, you got to lug all the things up there that you need to keep those people alive. That tends to make human spaceflight or human spacecraft, they're very high mass vehicles. They're heavy. So, the fuel that you would normally be afforded to go to a different place, or maybe you have a little bit of a leeway in your launch window, you don't really have with these things. Because you got to remember, this thing's got to get up into space, and then it's got to use its onboard fuel to get near the ISS, and then it's got to use its onboard fuel to dock there, and then it's got to sit there for a little while, and then come back down. Well, that's a lot of commodities to be used on orbit, more than what you'd see from a satellite. Satellites don't rendezvous and dock to other things. I mean, they could. There's certain missions where you could do that, right? But spacecraft are heavy. Spacecraft that carry people, heavy. It's high mass, right? Because there's no weight up there when you're out of the grav well, right? But that's a good way to understand it. No onboard shots after liftoff, just like NASA said.
Telemetry, so I'm sure he's excited but also focused.
Absolutely. I remember thinking at this on their legs, or their right thigh pocket is a blue pocket, and that's on their right shin items, and their glasses if they need them, as well as a dosimeter.
You'll have those views all the way. And you were mentioning the camera views inside of Starliner. So yes, we do have several camera views inside Starliner, and we will have those views all the way until launch. So we will get to keep our eyes on the crew all the way down to T0. Now I want to mention some of the pad team members that we have here.
She didn't say that we wouldn't have them, but also,
especially in a test flight.
Especially in a developmental test flight, there is so much to learn, and everybody is working together. But when you have that integrated spacecraft, how those systems come together, especially during an anomaly, is something that takes a lot of trial and learning as you go through that process. And so both of their backgrounds as test.
If memory serves me right, guys, we did see an onboard view during ascent for the DM2 mission with Bob and Doug. We did see those. We saw one. It was very brief, and it was in the very late stage of ascent. So we're talking like mode 2 Bravo, mode 2 Charlie, or even Shannon. It was very late in the ascent. We didn't see we didn't see like this view right at liftoff.
Or essentially the same suit leak checks we saw in the suit up room, right?
Yes, it's the same, except for you're plugged into the actual spacecraft, so you have the cabin fans providing that air, but you close your visor, zip the visor, and then increase the pressure of your suit. And we're really checking to make sure there's no leaks. So if you didn't get that zipper all the way zipped, or if there was, some hair caught in there or a tether caught, that would fail your leak check, or if you had another problem somewhere else in the suit. So that's our final check prior to the astronauts launching, that the suits are in good order. Again, the suits are there to protect them in the case of an anomaly. It will provide pressure and breathing air to keep the astronauts safe should there be a problem on board the spacecraft.
Look at that beautiful shot on the left side of your screen there of Starliner on top.
TLC is ready to perform gross leak check.
Okay.
Starliner atop the United Launch Alliance Atlas
Starliner
5 rocket.
Houston, we copy, ready for the gross suit leak check, BLT, your go.
Okay, they're going to check for leaks on the suits one last time. They did check for leaks on the suit before they got
you
to
can
the
see
pad,
Sunny,
but they're
she's
going to do
closing
it
her visor
again.
there, and she'll zip it closed.
Because it's not going to hurt to test it again right now. You definitely don't want to like be walking up into the crew access arm, like walking into the spacecraft and prick the suit on something, right? And then not test it and then have a leak when you're on orbit. That would be bad. So now's a good time to test it again, just to be absolutely sure.
We're seeing these suits in action.
You're going to see them inflate. They're going to look like the Michelin Man here.
Did you have any input in how, I know
Hey,
that
Thorin,
Sunny
what's up,
interested.
dude?
Did you have any input in how these suits were designed?
Early on
Apollo
we worked
7
a lot
Bandit was the last
with
mission.
David Clark and the suits. The design was pretty much set, but there were some modifications as the suits were built. We need to make sure that they fit each of the crew members and in a pressurized environment. And so there were some adjustments that David Clark went back and made on the suits to make sure that we had still the ability to reach everything when the suit was pressurized, and also some work on the zipper. As you can see, the zipper is a critical component there at the helmet. You need to make sure that it's zipped, so we need to be able to visually confirm that it's zipped, be able to hold on to a tether that's on the zipper, and that the zipper is strong enough, and that we have a proper technique for zipping that helmet.
Yeah, I remember Sunny saying that one of the modifications was putting a T-bar onto the end of that zipper, just so that they really had a good grip on it as they made sure that it was completely closed.
Absolutely, and even though you have pretty good dexterity in the gloves, it's still difficult to hold on to a little tether, so the T-bar helps quite a bit.
It's fueled, Rep, yep.
Sunny is, of course, a retired U.S. Navy captain and Boeing CFT pilot. Some people might not know this, but Sunny once lived underwater for 9 days while working within the robotics branch of the International Space Station. Did you know that, Nicole?
Yes, I think she was a part of the NEMO mission, which is a space analog. We have different types of missions, some underwater, some in caves, believe it or not, where we are working together with a small group, executing science in a mission, but at the same time we're working on those expeditionary skills, living and working together as a team, which are a really important aspect to human spaceflight.
I did not realize that. Russell, did you realize that? No, I did not realize that.
Check of the clock, 2 hours, 13 minutes and counting until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. Again, just want to spend another moment to call attention to the left side of the screen here and just that beautiful
12,
shot that we
48
have
months. Thanks,
of
man.
Starliner and Atlas
Keep
5.
up the awesome work.
Thank you for bringing
Keep
it up
watching.
full screen
I keep
because
streaming.
it is really a great shot.
Very
Nicole
simple
just turned
business
around. It's
transaction.
directly behind us here at the host desk
Oh,
just to take this
beautiful
moment
gradient.
in.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Sunset happening just about 20 minutes ago here on Florida's Space Coast. I mentioned this before, that things right now are looking good. The pad team had until an hour and 55 minutes to ingress the crew.
I grew up near it, to be honest with you. It's pretty cool.
We just heard that comm communication from Sunny there.
Right by where Pinella's used to be.
Looks like she was maybe troubleshooting a little
If you
something
know,
there
you
with
know.
her suit. And so, again, that's why we have some additional time built into the schedule so that any type of issue, we have time to work through that and we don't feel rushed really in the process. You know, you want to make sure.
What's the plan when they run out of Atlas rockets for Starliner? Well, all of the contracted missions for Starliner, I think it's 6 crew flights plus this flight here, all have Atlases. What do they do when they run out? Don't know. I think a good wager, Jacoby, would be Vulcan, considering it's the same pad, right? Crew access arm's already there. Rockets are similar height. It just works. That would be my guess, but there's been nothing official thus far. This is Calypso Calypso's the name of this capsule. This capsule flew the OFT-1 mission. OFT-1 mission.
Air to ground 1 is one channel, one way of communicating. Air to ground 2 is a secondary line as well. Again, you've heard our commentators mentioning that they're monitoring, listening to the launch teams who are working this mission. We have some loops up publicly for you guys to listen in and to track how the countdown is progressing. And then there are some other side channels that a lot of work is also done in the background as well.
PLT, gross leak check is complete.
Starliner, it's Houston. We copy gross suit leak check complete on the PLT, and I have you loud and clear, Sunny, here on Air to Ground 1.
Sunny's suit leak check has passed.
I got you loud and clear as well.
So PLT, pilot.
All right, 2 good call-outs there. Successful communication check with Houston between Sunny, as well as a good check of her suit, making sure that it holds pressure as expected.
L minus 2 hours, 10 minutes.
ECS, LC. Tech 5, you're back on Air to Ground 1.
ECS?
All right,
PLT, so we confirm that you got 170 pounds per minute.
Correct?
Roger.
PLT, you can open your visor now.
All right,
Origin is
Sunny
human
opening her
rating
visor
systems
after
username.
a
We don't know what
successful...
they're working on.
Perform comp check on ICOM with CDR.
Barry's going to do a check now.
That's a command to do a communication check between Sunny and Butch. And while they do that, why don't we hear more about Sunny's journey to this moment right now?
Exploration is curiosity.
So this is coming from over in YouTube chat. How much do Vulcan and Atlas differ in performance? By the way, didn't we see a crew access arm at the Vulcan pad? This is the Vulcan pad. Slick 41 can launch Atlas and Vulcan. How much performance difference? Vulcan packs a lot more punch than Atlas does.
I feel really lucky to have grown up in a small town outside of Boston, Needham, Massachusetts. It was a great town because we were able to ride our bikes everywhere we went. My brother, sister, and I, we were all swimmers, and it was just a great childhood. My dad was a doctor and also did neuroscience research. We were the strange family who had pictures and diagrams of brains on our dining room table. My older brother went to the Naval Academy. I started researching a little bit, and I thought, well, what the heck, I'll try this out. And when I went, I found that I really loved it. Teamwork, followership, leadership, those opportunities that we had right from the very beginning, and to accomplish something a little bit bigger than yourself. And I think that paved the way for the rest of my career. Got a basic engineering degree from the Naval Academy. I really didn't know what it was all about when I went through that course curriculum, but when I went to test pilot school, all of that stuff sort of gelled together. I was like, oh wow, this is why we do math modeling. This is how we try to predict how change in an engine is going to affect the way the helicopter flies. Time on the International Space Station is priceless. People always ask, do you get bored, or, is it terrible being up there for a long period of time? And for me, I loved every minute. There was always something to do. You wake up, you look at your timeline like, wow, I gotta do this experiment today. I gotta get ready for a spacewalk. Every day was different. And just life on the space station becomes routine, which is sort of crazy to think about it. At one point in time on my first mission, I was like, I don't even remember really what it's like to walk. I've been flying around for so long, I don't even know what it's like to sit down. I got assigned to the commercial crew cadre in 2015. We went to the companies, found out the shell of their programs, and then actually started working with them to make them what they are today to accommodate astronauts. For Starliner, we've been heavily involved in the last couple of years in the software with the folks doing the development to make sure its capability will allow us to come home. And we've been involved with all the suit development, making sure every different size of person could fit in all these suits and they could operate the spacecraft adequately. We've had our fingers on every single procedure that we work inside the cockpit, as well as operated it with our mission control team to make sure that everything that future crews will do will be right. We haven't had the classic training as we had for Shuttle and Soyuz. We've sort of helped develop the training as well as the hardware. And this is sort of the shape of things to come as we get ready to go back to the moon. All of that is going to be developmental, and we're going to have the same mindset. It's not already established. We all have to be part of this big team to help develop it and make sure that integration, as the astronauts use all this equipment, is going to be top-notch and ready to take us even further.
If you feel inadequate after hearing astronauts' life stories, don't worry about it. Everyone feels that way. It's okay. Just, I'll have you know, I made my bed today. Okay. All right? I too can accomplish great things. Yeah, that's normal. But hopefully, shouldn't take it to heart. You know why? Because I look at this and I don't get discouraged. I'm like, wow, that sucks. I'm going to do that. That's not the right way to think about it. You think about it all wrong. You're thinking about it all wrong. It's the wrong tone. No, seriously, look at it and get inspired that people can do stuff like this. It's pretty awesome, dude. Pretty awesome. You just got to put foot to tail. Take it one step at a time and keep going. You could do this stuff, especially if you're young and watching this. Don't look at it and be like, I'm never going to be able to do that. Yeah, well, with that attitude, yeah, great. Have fun jocking a cash register somewhere for the next 20 years. Or you could look at it and be like, I want to do stuff like that too. Do it. Trust me. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort. It takes a lot of work. But if you persevere, you keep going, you'll accomplish something amazing. So don't look at it and get discouraged. Don't do that. Look at it and get inspired, because it is damn inspiring what these people do. It's very inspirational.
Again, a special zero gravity indicator that she
You're talking to my astronauts all wrong.
Her niece and nephew.
You are now
It's
on air to
the
ground.
wrong tone. You do it again, I'll launch you into space.
Starliner crew, is there anything else you need help with before we leave and close the hatch?
There you go, 70.
Waiting to hear if Butch and Sunny say anything over the loops.
All right, Starliner crew, it's been an honor to strap in. Not my crew, but my friends. Have a safe flight. See you up there.
I love that.
Sounds like strap-in, everything went well. And you weren't imagining, I did see a smile on Sunny's face, and I could see Norval tethered there in the middle.
And again, I love that comm check again to say they're friends. Dee, you've been saying this throughout the broadcast, really, but Butch and Sunny have been working so closely with everyone who is needed to make this mission possible that they kind of all just feel like family.
Absolutely. You know, we've
Family.
been working with them for years.
Family.
They've been a part of, just as Nicole mentioned, all of the processes, all of the training, making sure that
Family.
the spacecraft works
Family.
as it is supposed to.
Family.
And of course, now they're both on this flight test where they're going to do this mission and confirm
Family.
that. So, you know, we have gotten very, very close with them, and this is an exciting moment for us to see this, and looking forward to seeing them lift off and begin this mission.
Talk about this one's going to the ISS.
You know, it's interesting because you think of, you know, Butch and Sunny, of course, are the astronauts on top of the rocket right now and the ones going to space, but they really do represent, you know, that huge family of NASA and Boeing and everybody that's worked so hard to get to this point.
Go ahead, AC.
Okay, evaluating the SRV, we're most likely getting above the call cycles of this valve. We still have 2+ hours to go, so most likely exceeding the call value. We do not have a path to proceed further at this point.
Roger. So at this point, your recommendation is to secure operations for today?
That is correct.
Roger. LD, LC on channel 1. Yes, sir. LD concurs with that.
Roger. Flight and Slick, Channel 1.
Flight here.
Slick's on channel 1.
Yeah,
Thanks, Rocket
Roger.
Science.
So the engineering team has evaluated the vehicle is not in a configuration where we can proceed with flight today. So we're going to initiate our scrub and recycle operation.
Roger.
Rocket Science just tipped the stream, said, graduated from college with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. Thanks for inspiring you since high school. My pleasure. My pleasure.
This is LC on Channel 1. Let's turn to page 187, scrub crew egress operations.
All right. There appears to be a scrub. Scrub means the mission is washed off the board for the day. Let me go back and listen to something here.
But they really do represent, that huge family of NASA and Boeing and everybody that's worked so hard to get to this point.
Go ahead, AC.
Okay.
So AC, that's the anomaly chief?
Evaluating the SRV, we're most likely getting above the call cycles of this valve. We still have 2+ hours to go, so most likely exceeding the fall value. We do not have a path to proceed further at this point. Right.
So they said there is a valve cycling issue on the solid rocket booster. Not exactly sure what that means.
Roger. So at this point, your recommendation is to secure operations for today?
That is correct.
Roger. LD, LC on Channel 1.
Still far, the SRB is not made by Boeing.
Roger. Flight and Slick, Channel 1.
Of an abundance of caution, we are not going to...
Let me back it up a little bit.
Delays Dylan Rice to walk us through what we know so far and what we can expect moving forward today.
Thanks, Megan. So the team has had some observations on an oxygen relief valve on our Centaur second stage, and the team is just not comfortable with the signatures that they're seeing, the response out of that valve, and so out of an abundance of caution, we are not going to continue with our launch operations today. And as you heard, the Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo call the team there and have the team prepare for scrub operations and to prep for removal of the crew from Starliner. So next steps, the team is going to be maintaining the configuration of the rocket, and we'll begin the process of egressing the crew. And once the crew is egressed and the blue team is safely left the pad, at that point we'll begin detanking the rocket and securing for the evening so that teams can continue to review data and troubleshoot the signature noted with the
vehicle. All right, so they were... All right, this is a weird one. Let me explain. So the Centaur, that's the second stage. The Centaur is using liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. So Starliner uses a pre-fueling. It pre-fuels before they put the crew on there. So that means the rocket was filled up with fuel and oxidizer. First and second stage, solid rocket boosters. Obviously, they've been fueled for a while now. You don't fill them up on the pad. That's just weird. So during Atlas CCB tanking and Centaur tanking, you'd fill them all. They've started filling those things up like 4 or 5 hours ago. Now, at the Atlas CCB, which is the first stage, the center part of the vehicle, it's this part right here. You notice there's 2 solid rocket boosters on either side. This part right here, that's the CCB. It's semi-cryogenic. So this part right here that doesn't have any ice on it, that's its RP1 tank, so kerosene and liquid oxygen. Semi-cryogenic. But if you notice, there's a vent line right here. Now, that's not where they had the problem. The problem is up here in the Centaur second stage. Centaur is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Now, whenever you do a pre-fueling, right, before crew ingress, right, you have to, well, obviously fill them up, right? And then once the fuel tanks are filled up, you have to top it off. You have to go into what's called a topping cycle. What is a topping cycle? What does that mean? What are the EJ? You just said some words. Well, yes, I did, but let me explain. Okay. Because these propellants are cryogenic. So on the first stage, you had one propellant that wasn't cryogenic. It's just diesel fuel for the most part. Well, jet fuel, if you really want to be technical. It's refined jet fuel, so refined kerosene, kind of like Jet A, a little bit different. So you have jet fuel, which is not cold. It's just jet fuel. And then you have liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is very cold. In order for oxygen, which generally exists as a gas down here, you think that's air you're breathing now. It's mostly nitrogen you're breathing for the technical people, right? Oxygen exists as a gas. It doesn't really like to exist as a liquid. So in order to keep it stable as a liquid, it has to be very, very cold, right? Just like there's a certain temperature where water is liquid. And then there's a certain temperature where water becomes gas, 100°C. And then there's a certain temperature where water freezes and becomes a solid, 0°C, right? Or 32 Fahrenheit, 212 Fahrenheit for freezing and boiling, right? So liquid oxygen is the same way, only in order for where oxygen becomes a liquid, it's actually super freaking cold. So if you notice, you got some ice on the vehicle here, right? Now, because these are at high pressure and they're extremely cold, you're also screwing with the boiling point of your liquid oxygen. The long story short, the propellants like to boil. So you have to go into a top-off cycle. You have to keep topping it off, right? You have to keep topping the thing off. You have to make sure that you're filling it up with fuel, because if you don't, you just fill it up, you plug it, and you say, all right, let's go get lunch. You do that, all the propellant will boil off, and you run the risk of overpressurizing your tanks. Not good. Those tanks on the Centaur are called balloon tanks. They can pop. You do not want that to pop. That would be bad for the people on board. So what you have to do is, not only are you topping off liquid oxygen from the bottom of the tank, you're venting gaseous oxygen, the boiled off commodity, out the top. That right there is where they were seeing some problems, right? Why? Okay, so how would you see a problem? Like, what does that mean? What's going? What? Well, I can think of a pretty dang good scenario here. If what you're putting in doesn't match the rate of what's coming out, you might have a little bit of an issue here, right? Now, they said they were having some oscillations with one of the valves, okay? Now, if you're having oscillation problems with your valve isn't opening and closing to make sure that that you're venting the gas correctly, you're running the risk of overpressurizing your Centaur tank. You definitely don't want to do that. You damn sure don't want to do that when they're on board. That's why they said, nah, something's going funky here with that valve. That valve isn't opening and closing correctly. It might be nothing, but do you want to run the risk with two souls on board? I wouldn't. That's not smart. I would not do that. So that's why they said, nah, cut it. We'll do it tomorrow. Now, obviously, to go and figure out what's exactly wrong with this valve, they have to make sure what they're seeing on the computers is actually what's going on. So in order to do that, you got to get somebody out to the dang rocket, right? One thing I would advise people not doing is working on a fully fueled rocket. That's also a very bad idea. You don't want to be screwing around with a rocket that's fully fueled. So in order to make sure that they can figure out what's wrong with this valve, they have to detank. And if they have to detank, you scrub. There's no point in trying to launch. The launch window is instantaneous. And if this problem can't be solved, it couldn't have been solved in the amount of time before T0, there's no point in trying. Just do it tomorrow. The ISS isn't going anywhere. All right, a 24-hour scrub is no problem. That's not a great deal of time, considering all the effort that it took to put these two in these seats here and get this whole thing made and done correctly. All right? So these scrubs do happen. And I don't think I need to say that your balloon tanks popping like balloons would be probably not a good thing. So if they're valve oscillations, if they're vent valves, to vent boiled off cryogenic propellants are being a little funky, you don't want to risk like potentially depressurizing the tank on the way up or overpressurizing the tank on the way up. That would be bad. That would be very bad. So, yeah, that's why they said, nope, no, we're not going to do that. And, you know, you say out of an abundance of caution, like I said, if it's 24-hour scrub, heck, if it's even a week scrub, it's not that big of a deal. A week is nothing. It took years to get this capsule where it is right now and get the crew ready to go. It took years. This is the culmination of years of effort. You can wait another week or another day. It's not a big deal, right? You don't want to roll the dice like that with spaceflight. That's how people get hurt. Same time tomorrow. It depends on the severity of the issue here. If it was me, I would want to. Okay, so what the anomaly chief is probably doing, he's probably coordinating with the teams here. He's probably coordinating with one of the pad teams, and you got to get eyes on that valve. You got to see what it's doing. What they would really want to do is verify that the telemetry that they were seeing in mission control is exactly the same as what's actually going on. Verifying data in rocket science is very important. Oftentimes, you don't have eyes on the rocket. Not even the people on board the rocket have eyes on this thing. Okay? So you have to verify that your data is correct. They've probably already done that, but you're not going to know for sure until you go and look at the valve. Like, here's the thing about rocket science, dudes. It's very grounded in common sense, right? If the computer's telling you the valve is bad, are you going to take that at face value? Hell no. That's how people die. Don't do that. No, you got to get eyes on that valve. You got to make sure that what you saw from the telemetry was verified, it was right. Now, this gets a little bit harder when the mission is actually already launched, right? But when the vehicle's on the pad, you can verify it. I would want eyes on that valve to make sure that it's right. To make sure that what you saw on that computer, on the computers in mission control, matched exactly to what that valve was doing. And in order to do that, you got to get somebody near the rocket. And you got to get somebody potentially wrenching on the thing. I wouldn't want to wrench on a fully fueled rocket. That's not smart. Make sure you ground yourself. I don't know. You know, so in order to do that, you got to detank. That's the first thing I do. After that, if you verify that that valve is doing exactly what the computer says, well, now you can figure out a solution. Now you can start to try and figure out why. Now, here's the real kicker, and this is what I mean. I don't know. If they can verify what's going on, you can verify that this is what's happening. What your computer said with the valve oscillations is corroborative to exactly what the valve is doing, right? So that means your telemetry is good. Now you got to figure out why. And there's always a reason, guys. Always. There's always a reason that nothing happens by chance with rocket science, all right? We put that rocket there. There's nothing naturally occurring going on here, right? And the only laws here are the laws of physics. I can't change the laws of physics, Captain, right? So if you did verify that your data is right, now you got to figure out what sequence, where you went wrong here in your checklist going up to the launch, right to the point where you scrubbed. You got to figure out what you did differently from every other Atlas launch. What was different? And now there could be something different. Why could there be something different? The fueling mechanism could be different because there's people on board. There could be something different going around here. Obviously, this is a very new version of Atlas V. N22 has only flown 2 times. 2019 and 2022? I think it's only flown 2 times. Right? So this is a relatively new configuration for Atlas. Tori Bruno went through with this video that we looked at of all the systems that are new, designed for just this with the Starliner capsule and people on board, right? So there might be something different. So what did you do differently? And why did it affect it? Why didn't it affect it? Why didn't it affect it on OFT 1 and 2, right? Now you got to start comparing data. This takes time. This is why the anomaly chiefs get paid a lot, because this is a hard thing to do. Now, if that's the case and they can trace it and they can figure out exactly what's wrong, we'll probably see a recycle sooner rather than later. However, if they see that the computer was lying to them and the valve is fine, well, now you got a different problem. The problem isn't with the valve. The problem is with your telemetry. Now you got to make sure your telemetry systems are doing something right. So now you got to go try and fix that. That could take a lot longer time. That's something that's, it could be very different. You know what I mean? It could be a very different anomaly, right? This is what makes this stuff so damn complicated, right? You can't just, it's not just flip it on and flip it off and now it's good, right? Now it's good, all right, send it. Doesn't work with space flight. That's how people get hurt. That's really not smart. You don't want to do that. So, you know, they got to verify that the valve was doing something funky, right? If I understood correctly, the valve was hitting the limit of its cycles before expected failure due to the oscillation, so it sounds like they need to replace the valve. Replacing the valve isn't going to solve this problem, Aqualux. You got to find the root of the oscillations here. But yeah, they'll probably replace it just to be absolutely sure, right? I mean, you have to. If it's hardware that has a shelf life like that, you can only oscillate it so many times. Why? You know, I know what people are going to ask. What do you mean the valve will break after a certain amount of time? Well, it's an upper stage. It's not like you're getting it back. Well, you only need to design the valve to work a certain amount of times before it doesn't work, because the stage will be disposed of by then. Who cares? Right? So they probably will replace the valve. Now, depending on where their LOX vent valves are, it might take a second, right? Hopefully that valve is external. I really hope that's an external valve. That would really suck if it wasn't. But that's another story. Well, they need to do a rollback. Really depends, dude. It really depends. Once again, Rockets, it all depends on whether that data that they saw was verifiable. If the oscillations on that valve were actually happening, that might be a little bit easier to solve. If they weren't happening, that means they got bad data. Now you got to go troubleshooting your data uplinks. Hopefully you got a good IT guy. I hope that this is a sensor problem. Yeah. W, simultaneously, that could be another thing. That's another good point. If the computers are saying there's oscillations everywhere and they go and look at the valve and the valve is okay, that maybe the sensor for the valve is not working correctly. You could have a bad sensor. Bad sensors, bad grounds. Happens all the time. Oh yeah. Yeah, bad grounds. That's absolutely a thing. Bad connection. Crappy sensor. Stuff happens all the time, dude. You'd be surprised how often a rocket gets scrubbed due to something stupid. SLS during the Artemis 1 launch campaign almost scrubbed because of a loose bolt. Dead serious. They had a loose bolt on their hydrogen fueling systems. So you know what they did? They sent out a guy with a wrench and tightened it down. Oh yeah, true story. And he tightened it down, and then they fueled it, and then they sent it. It happens. It's always something small. YouTube chat only because it's still on the screen. Nobody remembers the amount of times that DM2 scrubbed. It only scrubbed once. And they scrubbed because of weather, Mako. They said the valve was only rated for so many cycles and they were coming up to that point. Likely just an extended window problem. I hope so.
Loco.
And Sunny making her way out of the spacecraft now. The pad team there to help her get out.
Yeah. That's cool that they're still showing all this. They're showing egress.
Lauren, just like we talked about when we started the built-in hold as
hey, Sonny.
We
was a short flight
to load the astronauts. This countdown has really been developed to support not only just 2 astronauts but 5, even 7 astronauts on Starliner, right? So the same thing with the egress.
It's a FOD cover.
When it comes time to pull astronauts out, the time that we've got allocated could support as many supports pulling.
The black thing with the fogged out glass, that's a cover to make sure that you don't scratch the glass on the helmet.
And so, you know, it is possible that we'll be moving much more quickly into our scrub detank operations. But for now, we have got bookmarked that 65 minutes to get the crew off. But probably will not quite take that long, given that we're only pulling two people out of Starliner.
And of course, this happened early enough in the countdown that the pad
Locks
team was still
vent valves
there.
on Centaur
Didn't have to
DAC
wait
are
for the
not
pad
acting
team to
correctly. At
return
least that's
and
seemingly
help
what
them
the
get
problem is. Hey, J-Shelf, 48 months. Thank you.
Going through her scrub procedures right now in the white room outside of Starliner. Butch is waiting for the pad team to help him.
Yeah, valves again. It's always valves.
The spacecraft.
Ugh. So I know what people are going to say. Well, you know, what do you mean it's valve? We can't develop a valve good enough for this? We can't develop a valve good enough for this? Okay, you design something and then throw it into a pool of liquid nitrogen and see if it still works correctly. Moving around cryogenic commodities sucks. It's really freaking difficult. A lot more difficult than you think. It's not just like a dang freaking water pistol. What do you have? What do you think you have? A freaking water pistol? You know, like this stuff, it's really, really, really a pain in the butt to move around, especially hydrogen. Oxygen has this thing of making, believe it or not, pneumatic pressure inside of pipes. You can get geysering with liquid oxygen. Hydrogen doesn't geyser. It just leaks. Yeah. Yeah, it just leaks. Yeah. Yeah. So oxygen, because it's boiling when you move it. I mean, so is hydrogen, to be fair. Liquid oxygen's boiling in the pipe. And when it boils, you can overpressurize the line and you can make a really nice super soaker with liquid oxygen because your pipe exploded. Yeah. Yeah. And geysering. Yeah. Lox likes to do that. That's not fun. Hydrogen doesn't geyser as bad. The reason why is because hydrogen, you know, liquid hydrogen, when you introduce it to any type, I mean, it's boiling, obviously, or if you introduce it to any type of warm pipe, if the pipes aren't thermally conditioned correctly, right, it turns to gaseous hydrogen. The problem with gaseous hydrogen, or GH2, is that it's absurdly small. It's absurdly small. So if you have a seal between two pipes, right, and guess you have like a millimeter gap in there, like even a micron gap. It doesn't even matter. Like a couple microns, hydrogen will leak out of that. Yeah, because hydrogen atoms are so ridiculously tiny. They're little tiny suckers. It'll be like sand going through a sieve. Absolutely, it'll leak everywhere. And the thing about hydrogen is, well, you can ask the Germans. Hydrogen likes to explode. It likes to blow up. It really, really, really likes to catch on fire. Yeah. Yeah, really likes to do that. And here's the thing. When you're messing with rocket engines, if you don't give it a place to set itself on fire, it'll find a place to set itself on fire. And chances are that place is not where you want. Yeah, this is just a small glimpse into moving cryogenic propellants around. It's really, really difficult. Yeah, gaseous hydrogen will leak out of anything. You could have a solid pipe, it'll leak out of it. No problem. Hydrogen will pass through everything. It's so tiny, especially when it turns to gas. And the thing about it is that hydrogen likes to turn to gas very, very quickly. We're talking a couple of degree Kelvin temperature change here will instantly instantly evaporate hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. There's like maybe a 5 Kelvin window where hydrogen exists as a liquid. And on top of that, because, you know, we want to play on super hard mode, right? On top of all of that, that 5 Kelvin window is near absolute zero. So hydrogen exists as a liquid at like 5 to 10 Kelvin or something. It's something really, really ridiculous. What's that mean? You have to make it really, really freaking cold. And if you change the temperature 1 or 2 degrees in either, well, you're not, let's be real, you're not going in one direction because the other direction is the end. If you warm it up even 1 or 2 degrees, it'll just evaporate immediately. Like pouring water on a hot dinner plate, just right off. Cool, Pythos. So once again, we're scrubbed because of cryogenic valves here, but it's actually cool. We got to see crew ingress. This is not something that you usually see.
So they're in good spirits. Of course, These days are, disappointing for teams,
LC
but
Slick on channel
definitely
1.
not
Go ahead,
something.
We're ready for the flight crew and support personnel to perform OSE radio comm checks and to proceed to the ground level. They'll exit the white room and give you a call.
Roger.
And Lauren, as test pilots, they're very familiar with contingency procedures
Yes.
as well. Because when you're testing a new system, obviously there's always going to be some findings, some of them more significant.
What's
than
crazy
others,
is that SpaceX makes all the stuff you're talking about so easy. Well, SpaceX only works with liquid oxygen right now. They don't do hydrogen. And Kloppy, the reason why they don't do hydrogen is part of the reasons that I mentioned. Hydrogen is, okay, so let me explain. Why do you use hydrogen? You use hydrogen because you're not going to find a more efficient propellant. All right? Hydrogen is the ultimate efficiency. The problem is it's just very difficult to use. So there's an allure to using hydrogen that SpaceX said, nah, we're not doing that. We'll just use jet fuel. And that's what they do. They still have to deal with liquid oxygen, but believe it or not, liquid oxygen is a little bit easier to deal with. A little bit easier. But yeah, in terms of LOX loading, especially SpaceX with their densified liquid oxygen, which I don't know if you guys watched the welding stream on here yesterday. Remember how I said you had to sacrifice pride for knowledge sometimes? Well, SpaceX did that with densified propellants. They paid that price when the rocket rocketed on the pad. Right? But they learned. And they do make using densified propellants look super freaking easy. So, yeah, Klopp, with cryogenic propellant loading, it's crazy. Now, here's the thing. SpaceX doesn't use hydrogen, but they use methane. Methane is close. CH4, not H2, right? But the thing about methane is that it is pretty dang efficient for what it is. It's not as efficient as straight hydrogen because you got that big old carbon atom there. But that carbon there is there to stabilize the hydrogen. It's a little bit easier to use, right? Now, with that being said, you're right. With Starship, they were able to fuel that thing in about an hour, which is absurd cryogenic propellant management. That's ridiculous. Yeah, they really do make that look easy. Falcon 9 is pretty straightforward stuff, but SpaceX moving fully cryogenic propellants around, so liquid methane, liquid oxygen, and tooling up a Starship that fast is pretty damn impressive. Now, over here on the ULA side of things, now, once again, ULA makes using these Centaur stages pretty dang easy. Using Centaurs are not easy. Did you guys know that the outer skin on a Centaur upper stage is about as thin as a piece of paper?
Discovery.
They're not called balloon tanks for no reason. Hey, Syrian, 110-month resub. Thank you. Just thanks, 20-month resub.
Discovery.
Thank you.
Go at throttle up.
I think it's a mix, Phil. Now, it's about Centaur is it's not a piece of paper, maybe a piece of cardstock or construction paper. Now, why? Because that Centaur relies on residual pressure to stand up straight. It needs to be inflated. Actually inflated, like a balloon, to stand up straight. Now, do you see why having trouble with the valve oscillations on the vent lines could be an issue? That would be bad. You don't want it to pop. That would be not beneficial to anyone. I'm sure somebody would find that funny, but it wouldn't be us. Right? How can they be so thin? That can't be true. Oh, check it out, think. Look up stainless steel balloon tanks. Oh yeah, that's Centaur. The Centaur tank walls. They're as thin as this soda can. Seriously. Now, here's the thing. Centaur's made out of stainless steel. This is obviously aluminum. Most cans are aluminum or aluminium, right? Oh, look, there's your hydrogen purge flame, by the way. Remember how I said give hydrogen a place to explode or it'll find a place? That's what that flame is. Now, if I stepped on this because it's depressurized, you'll crush it. You'll crush it real quick. But go get a full can of soda that you don't care about. Don't open it and stand on it. Bet you can stand on it. I bet you won't crush it. The pressure gives you structural integrity. That's what Centaur tanks do, because the name of the game in spaceflight is mass. It's mass. You really, the less rocket you have on your rocket and the more fuel you have on your rocket, the further your rocket can go. That's called mass fraction in rocket science. And it's part of the delta V formula. You know, delta V, gravitational constant, time specific impulse, natural log, initial mass, final mass, right? Your mass fraction is a very big deal of how far your rocket can go. That's why those Centaur tanks are so thin, and that's why engineers at, I think it was Convair, came up with the idea of using super thin material but inflating the tanks to save mass. Centaurs are absurdly efficient for what they are. It is an amazing design. And, you know, Kloppy was talking about how SpaceX made this look easy. ULA rarely has problems with their Centaur stages. Like, I guarantee you that valve oscillation issue has something to do with people being on Atlas. They might even have more conservative parameters. Maybe on a regular Atlas flight, you only have that valve cycle like 1,000 times. And maybe just because you have people on board, maybe they rated it at 500 on a human flight just in case, because you don't want to take that chance, right? You don't want to screw that up. Why would you, right? So it could be something to do with the human rating. It could be something to do with different parameters because people are on board. But either way, those Centaur stages are damn impressive for what they are. Big C, 28-month resub. And then Isnering had a sub in there too. Thank you very much. Just Thanks had a 20-monther before that. Chris Allen with the 44. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hey, TLS, thank you very much. Yeah, here, check this out. I'm telling you, man, you know, ULA doesn't launch a lot, but when they do, they're like, Tori Bruno's like the most interesting man in the world. I don't always launch rockets, but when I do, I use balloon tanks. Stay thirsty, my friends. Yeah, check it out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There you go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Smart, isn't it? Is Tori Zorro on weekends? He does ride around on a horse, Jib. You never know. Yep. This is what Atlas 5N22 is using right now. Inverter, 79 months. Zarby with the 14er in there and heavy metal rain. What's up, man? Tier 2, 51 months. How's it going down under, mate? Hope everything is going just fine down there. Well, I'm off to eat my sad scrub barbecue chicken. Formerly Happy Launch barbecue chicken. All right, 70. See you, buddy. Sidewinder with the 3-month resub. Thank you. Why the scrub? Sorry, just got here. Sorry, 70. The chicken joke. Sad scrub barbecue chicken, man. Class, thanks for the 68 months. Oh my goodness. They scrubbed because of the LOX vent valve cycling. The Centaur was the valve that's designed to vent gaseous oxygen overboard on the Centaur was having some problems. Long story short, valves do be valving though. Valve, why did it have to be a valve? It's always a valve. It's always something stupid. Always. Every time. Never fail. Talon, 96 months. I wouldn't hesitate to fly on an Atlas V. Atlas V is one of the safest launch vehicles ever devised, dude. So as far as you know, Starliner was all normal during the launch attempt. Only Centaur had the issues. Yeah. Hey, Swish, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Look, man. Starliner has had teething problems, but it had teething problems during testing. That's fine. That's when you want those teething problems. I guarantee you those teething problems probably made Starliner pretty dang airtight. Figuratively, not act. I hope it would be actually, right? I think it's a very good design, and I think That should have gone. Oh, jeez, Trem. Yeah, Stalfos, that's what I'm saying. There's probably some type of different procedure because the payload is a little bit different than what Atlas V is used to carrying. You know what I mean? What did they listen to? The Astro van on the way back? Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Something like that. Unstrung bassist. 100 bits. Thanks, man. Dalator with 100 bits. I appreciate it. Yeah, switch it. Yeah, exactly, right? Find it ironic that Centaur had an issue. Those Centaurs never have problems, which tells me, once again, Centaurs, okay, so, like, you can use some kind of deductive reasoning here, right? Centaurs never have problems, but they had a problem this time. So what's different this time? The payload is different this time, right? There's your answer. There's probably a different procedure somewhere because you have two souls on board instead of a metal satellite. You know what I mean? Yeah, Komodo, I would like to remind everybody that's making these low-hanging fruit Boeing jokes that Boeing Space is not the same as Boeing Commercial Airplanes. Those are two different companies, just with the same name, under the same parent company. Yeah. Like I hate to be that guy that ruins the joke. Like, I hope the door doesn't fall off. You're gonna be, dude, you really, that's something no one wants to happen. You know what I mean? They're two very different, they're two different companies. They just have the same name. Believe me, you know, everybody that's cracking that joke, I know, I get it. I understand dark humor. That's not juju you want to wish on people that are flying into space. Trust me on this one. You'll feel real bad. You'll feel real bad when it doesn't work. And I'll tell you, I've eaten my words about this before. One time we were watching a Avio Vega launch, right? Vega is a small to medium duty launch vehicle from Avio, so the European Space Agency. And I was like, oh yeah, this rocket is awesome. It passionately launches into space. It never fails. And then it failed. Yep, right in my face. Like, right in my face. Like, I make sure not to say anything like that during the launch. Like, up until the launch. Make the joke after it launches, please. I was a little embarrassed that time. I was like, don't worry, this launch vehicle's great. It's all solid rocket boosters. There's not much that can go wrong. And then the solid rocket booster exploded on the way up, and I felt really stupid after that. Yeah. Whoops. Hey, Jocks, 1 year. Thank you very much. Box cheered 31 bits. Thank you. Yeah. That was just, boy. I was like, well, this is not good. It normally doesn't do that, I swear. So yeah, the crew's leaving the pad. They're heading back to the operations and checkout building. There was a scrub. There was a Centaur valve issue. Centaur gaseous oxygen valve issue. But stuff happens, dudes. What could go wrong? Rocket. Hold my cryolocks. Do you remember the Soyuz flight? Yeah, W, yeah. Oy. Yeah, MS-10. That was scary, dude. What was the scrub reason? So, Rocket Guy, guys, I'm going to speak nerd for a second, okay? Because Rocket Guy, he's Rocket in his name. I'll speak Rocket to him. So, Rocket Guy, they were detecting oscillations and getting to the end of a wear cycle on a valve, on the Centaur gaseous oxygen vent valve. They were getting to the end of its wear cycle because they were detecting oscillations in the vent system, opening and closing. Yeah, curious failure there. Oh, nice. That's probably good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great. That's good, real good for you. your Centaur. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I proceeded to explain to chat why you don't want your pressure regulation systems on a Centaur to be messed up in any way, shape, or form. That would end very poorly. Hey, do you guys want to see, now that it's scrubbed, I'll show you this footage. I didn't want to talk about this, but I don't know if you guys ever seen balloon tanks and what happens when they fail. So this is an older, much older Atlas. Don't worry, they worked this kink out a little while ago. Here, you guys, just hey, this is secret footage. Okay, you could tell because it's the way it is. It's for authorized personnel only. So if you're not authorized to do this, just close your eyes for a second. Okay. All right. So. See, this is a much older Atlas rocket. This is not the one that they're flying on. Trust me. This is an Atlas Agena that has an Agena upper stage. The Agena upper stage does not rely on residual pressurization, but older Atlas rockets have those stainless steel balloon tanks. The Atlas V does not have this. The Centaur does, but not, that's the second stage. So this particular Atlas Agena sprung a leak in the balloon tank because they couldn't regulate the pressure correctly and they overpressurized it and maybe it popped or sprung a leak or something. Here's what happens when that happens. Okay, see it? It's good, right? Yeah, that's real good. Fast forward to a little bit later. You can see that the ice isn't on the tank anymore. All that oxygen vented because they had a leak, all that liquid oxygen. Here's what happens when the balloon tanks can no longer maintain pressure. Nope, nope, that's not good for it. Yeah, that's, yeah, you see that? That's why those valve oscillations, they were like, no, yeah, we're not doing that. That's why. Because if you can't regulate the pressure inside of that Centaur tank, it'll do that. Or pop. You don't want it to pop, but also, yeah, that's bad. I don't know if you guys noticed. That's not good for it. Well, there's your problem. I know what's wrong with it, man. It ain't got no gas in it. Actually, it does have gas in it. You can see it pop the RP1 tank like a balloon. And oh yeah, see that? That's jet fuel. Oh yeah. That's just jet fuel that you douse the pad in. I'm sure that ended just fine. I'm sure that ended just fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's good. It's good. It's just jet fuel. Yep. That's why they saw even a hint of like fluctuations. That valve was approaching its wear cycle. They were just like, hey, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, we can just not do that. We'll just go some other time. Hope no one is smoking at the pad. Yeah, fun fact, it's against the law to do that, Viomeng. Yeah, you can't smoke inside of a blast detonation area. Now, Vio, I'm gonna hope. So pads have like an inner perimeter, right? There's a fence around the pads. That's called the BDA, blast detonation area. The name is pretty self-explanatory, right? There's no smoking allowed inside of that. Now, I'm going to hope that rule is there because humans are smart and realize that smoking around rocket propellants is probably not a good idea. I'm going to hope that that's the reason why that rule is there. We're just going to hope. Cope. Hey, Manvu with the 6-monther. Thank you very much. We're just gonna hope. we're just gonna hope. I can't recall of any pad exploding because of somebody smoking on the pad, but there might be something that we don't know about. So, I'm just gonna hope that was there because we were smart. Sign just reads no smoking. Yeah. Hey, David, with the 17 months. Thank you very much. That part is tops. That part's super secret. If there's a sign, somebody did it at least once. Oh. Hopefully it didn't ignite. Yeah, Tara. Well, actually, a cigarette can't ignite gasoline and diesel. No, it ignites the vapors. It ignites the vapors. But see, here's the thing. What did I just say about cryogenic propellants? Hydrogen, oxygen. So that's right. Cigarettes don't, like, a source of ignition isn't going to ignite liquid. It's not going to do that. It's liquid. It'll, Blastoise versus Charizard. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to do that. Here's the thing. Gasoline likes to evaporate. And if you deliver fuel from high to low pressure really, really quick, it likes to evaporate and atomize really, really fast. It spreads out. The fumes are the gas that comes off of gasoline. The gasoline vapors. That's flammable. Those are flammable. Now, with that being said, what did I say about cryogenic propellants? What do cryogenic propellants like to do? They like to turn to gas real easily. Yeah. You could just be walking around, puffing smoke, and go through a cloud of gaseous oxygen. Hopefully there's no fuel source, because you'll just go up. Oxygen doesn't explode. Oxygen makes things explode really nice. It won't explode by itself, but it'll find something to combine with and be like, hey, I'm lighting you on fire. There you go. Deal with it. Yeah, your cigarette will just go. That's it. In chemistry, you call an atomized mixture an explosive mixture. Yeah. See, Shoei, here's the thing that I've learned about chemistry, engineering. Engineers, chemists, whomever, scientists, they're very literal with their words. So, an explosive mixture usually means exactly that. It explodes real good. You probably don't want to ignite it unless you're really careful. Maybe an oxidizer? Yeah, it oxidizes things. Oxygen oxidizes things? Wait. When did they start doing this? Yeah, Aqualex, that's my guess. I just don't know of the exact story off the top of my head. Self-explanatory. Bingo. Yep. Yep. Very literal with names. Yep. If you walk through a cloud of gaseous O2 with a lit cigarette, would you become the fuel source? We're made out of carbon, dude. Carbon burns real good. Yeah. I probably wouldn't do that. It's probably not a good idea. Charcoal. That's carbon. That's also carbon. In the right conditions, that burns real good. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Those no smoking signs are there for a really good reason. It didn't launch, Reddit. They scrubbed. The reason why we're talking about explosions is because they were having problems with the pneumatic systems on Centaur, the ones that vent hazardous gases overboard. If that sounds important, yes, it is important. Yes, it is important. You don't want that. You're a silicon-based NX captain? Okay, maybe. Yeah, your name might be the giveaway. People walk through gaseous oxygen with a cigarette all the time. If they didn't, they'd asphyxiate. It's actually mostly nitrogen, MK note, and that nitrogen is the reason why you don't just light yourself on fire. What's the reason for the scrub? Ish, they had a problem with a GOX vent valve. Gaseous oxygen vent valve. But how much fuel could you fit in a bucket? I don't know, Novus. How much Delta V does my cruise ship have? I got the joke, but also, God, dang, that guy makes my head hurt. Dude, still, to this day, freaking day, piss me off, man. It's ridiculous. Stop it. Stop doing that. Still does that. Just get up there with a bucket. How much gaseous hydrogen could fill up the bucket? It's gas, you dope. Oh my God. Ah. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. It's cool. It's fine. It's fine. What did I miss? Nothing. Nothing. Just me being me. Shuttles. Constellation. $30 billion. There you go. You're good. Ergo. Vis-a-vis. Concordantly. Just compress it into a liquid, 5-head. Oh my gosh. It made my head hurt, Novus. The rocket had problems farting. That's, you know what, Invoker? That's what I'm just going to tell people when people ask from now on. It was having some gastric distress. Next, what's up? Now, the funny part of that Atlas incident, the spy satellite sitting on top of the rocket was a placeholder because the NRO, for whatever reason, didn't want to use serial number 1. Love the stash? Thank you. It's pretty good. Pretty good, man. When people ask weird questions, you know, I can just do that. I'm Scruffy, the janitor. Yeah, excuse me for a second. Scruffy gonna die the way he lived. Chroma book. It didn't work as good as I wanted to because it chromed out the title of the book. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You see that bookshelf over there? Third shelf down, red leather spine. Figure I put that book there about 15 years ago. Figure it hasn't moved since. Finding it. Hang on. Ah, Pythos. I have it. It's not exactly it, but so. Paper patching, state of the art. I thought the books were just for decoration. Theo, you didn't just come here for my good looks, though you could have. NASA update.
Where at about 8:34 this evening, the launch team decided to stand down from today's launch attempt of NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. That was after the ULA team decided to reevaluate an oxygen relief valve that's on the Centaur upper stage. So that's the upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. If you have been watching us, you saw just a few minutes ago NASA astronauts Commander Butch Wilmore as well as pilot Sonny Williams. They have exited the Astrovan after the Astrovan picked them up from Launch Pad 41 and took them back to astronaut crew quarters, where they will spend the night and get updated as to the next steps to when another launch attempt can be made. I want to open it up to the hostess here now. You know, Nicole, any final thoughts as we await some information about what happened tonight and again, the steps moving forward?
Of course, just a really professional job done by the team in identifying a potential issue and then initiating the scrub. It was executed as planned, and the astronauts are now back at crew quarters, and they'll receive a briefing on the next launch opportunity, and hopefully that is soon. But in the meantime, we'll be standing by, and I know we all feel maybe a little bit disappointed, but this is a human space flight, and that's the way things go. There's a lot that goes into launching humans safely from the planet, and so I think that I just feel, thankful that this potential issue was caught early,
way she
and
goes,
that
bud.
everybody is safe, and we're looking forward to another attempt soon.
Yeah, well said, Nicole. And Dee, from Boeing's standpoint, anything you'd like to say?
Absolutely. Of course, safety is our top priority. So, and this is no different. We really appreciate ULA's partnership throughout the Boeing Starliner program and their work with commercial crew. And, we'll fly when we're ready.
Right. All right, so with that, we want to pull up on the screen right now the link to the Commercial Crew blog, and that is where we will post the latest information about an upcoming press conference that we do plan to have. We do want to be able to share with you what we do know about the reason why we stood down today from launch. So again, take a look at your screen, blogs.nasa.gov/Boeing Crew Flight Test. Again, that's where you can go to find out when we will have that press conference, which will be on NASA TV. So again, you are watching NASA TV right now, so this is the place where you'll be able to watch that press conference. We're aiming for about an hour or so. But again, we do want to give our teams as much time as they need to gather the most accurate and timely information they can for you. And again, we will share that at that upcoming press conference. But for now, again, we want to thank you so much for sticking with us and watching our live coverage of the first launch attempt of Boeing's crew flight test, NASA and Boeing's crew flight test. But until then, and that press conference, we hope to see you on there for more information about when we can next launch. Have a good night.
Thank you, Megan. You have a good night. Bye, Nicole. All right, cool. They can't hear me. Whatever. I don't care. I yell at my television. Sue me. Don't, please. I'm broke. I'm broke! Illness some people like to read. When you said that, I had a book in my hand, right? Like, just saying.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Nader. The rocket ate way too much Taco Bell. Yeah, it's having some gastric distress, dude. Anyway, all right. That's going to do it for the for tonight's coverage. You guys could go and check that blog thing, or you could just come back here and ask me. I'm usually here during the day on weekdays. Yeah, you just come here and ask. I'll tell you. I'll give you an update. Or you could go to a blog or something and check out my MySpace and go make sure to visit my Tumblr page. Sick command center, bro. Thanks, dude. I built it myself. Like, see that phone right there? I got it on eBay and Craigslist. Batman is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Yeah, my offer up. You guys have MySpace or something? I hear Boeing is going to space. Not today, they're not. Where's the clip in the middle from? That's SN10. So that's SLS Green Run. That was... What was it, Booster 4? No, Booster 3, maybe. That booster never flew, but it's Raptor gimbal testing. That's SN10. That's STS-134 SRB separation, and that's Starship IFT-3 re-entry footage. Did you ever speak about KSP-2 lately? Oh, yeah, here, I'll do that right now. The thing that's going on with KSP-2 is actually because... And that's what's going on, so, yeah, I don't know what to do. Hired, I haven't gotten anything, but dude, I'm not, let me just say I'm not liking what I'm seeing, you know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying down? Picking up what I'm laying down? I'm not really liking what I'm seeing. Not really liking what I'm seeing, man. Capiche? Any comment on the KSP-2? The freaking YouTube chat asked the same damn question. What the frick? The frick, guys? What do you want from me? That's the same damn question at the same damn time. What the hell? Was this coordinated? This was orchestrated. There was mass cops. It was orchestrated, son. It's ridiculous, man. When they first recommended the scrub, it sounded like they said something about an SRB. Was there a separate issue from the LOX valve? I heard SRB, but it may have been like a Centaur 3 or something. Yeah, because, yeah, that confused me too. Guys, yeah. KSP, I don't know, dudes. I don't know.
Discovery, go and throttle.
YouTube chat is obviously better. Yeah, Mako, you're just saying that because you got banned from Twitch chat. Be quiet. I'll ban you over there too, son. Papangu. Oh. We want the same answer and more impressions. Oh, jeez. Hey, Freddy, 63 month. Thanks, man. Sorry. Oh, he's pissed. So with KSP, dudes, I don't know, man. Take-Two said KSP is okay, and Intercept said they're going to keep working, but I'm starting to see people that I know there start to post up their resume and stuff, and I'm, I don't know how to feel about that, dudes. In terms of me, I've been in the dark. I haven't heard anything. But, you know, I think it might be time to read the writing on the wall. Oh, squish, gross. Yeah. Yeah, dude, maybe. So, I don't know. Like I said, people that I know that work there are all looking for work, so who knows, dude. You think this is one of those instances where a spiritual successor could be picked up by part of the OG dev team? You never say never, weather guy, but I don't know. We're just gonna have to wait to see what happens in June. Mind Drive, I don't have an answer for you, pal.
Discovery,
I don't have an answer. I think the only thing left to do is to reject modernity and embrace tradition. Let's go back to Kerbal 1. Let's just go full circle. Go right back to where we started. I don't really, I mean, I'm not, if they stop development on KSP2, I'm not playing that. I'm playing that game. It's not done. Yeah. So, we'll see. Yeah, there you go. Can you go to Mars in Kerbal 1? Pre-breakfast, there isn't Mars in KSP1. The reason why is KSP1 uses a lot smaller solar system to make it a little bit easier. The Earth in real life is really difficult to get out of the grav well. That's why they scrubbed for a valve maybe being bad here for a second ago when we saw that Starliner mission, right? Kerbal makes the planets a little bit smaller for performance optimization and to make it a little bit easier. So there is with that being said, there is a Mars-style planet in the game. It's just a lot smaller. Yeah. It's called Duna. Mm-hmm. There's a moon, just like our moon. There's Kerbin, which is just like Earth, only a lot smaller. And then there's even a planet that's like Jupiter. There's a planet that's like Pluto. It's a dwarf planet, I know. It's not. I still call it a planet. Whatever. I don't care. I know the classification between dwarf and dwarf planet, regular planet. It's a freaking planet. Shut up. It's my stream. I'm the main character. Jerk. Anyway, I feel the judgment through the computer. Jeez. No. Anyway, I don't care. There's a planet that's kind of like Pluto. There's one like Jupiter. There's one like the Jupiter moons. It's called Jewel. Jewel is the Jupiter-style planet, and it has moons on it. And those moons are like the Jovian moons, which is pretty cool. And then there's Kerbal, which is the sun, and you can't get near it unless you land at night. Thanks for the coverage. No problem, Pulse. Yeah, all good, man. Doom. Nice. Anyway. All right, dudes. I think I'll pack it in here. Have you tried Juno? Juno doesn't light a fire under my tail lumen for some reason, and it's not a bad game. It's just All right, dudes. That's gonna do it for me. Let's raid. We got a big crowd in here tonight. Let's see if we can raid somebody. Time for welding? Nah, I've been going since very early this morning. I'm just gonna chill. You know what we're doing? We're boosting the Kerbal category. Rocket Guy. My buddy Rocket Guy, who is an actual rocket scientist, taught me a lot about rockets. That's him talking in the background there. He's playing KSP right now. Let's go see what my boy is up to. You guys have questions about rockets? Ask him. He's a good dude. He'll answer your questions. He wants more people to learn about rockets. That's how he stays employed. I think. Maybe. You know, I don't know. Go ask him questions. He's a rocket guy. You know, we got started on the wrong foot. You know, Eric Johnson. You know, Space Administration. Chat. Do you like the Elton John song "Rocket Man"? Oh no, because it's you. You're the Rocket Man.